Go through, oh, this is terrible. Through live stream on the city's website. The meeting will be live streamed over the internet via www.carson.ca.gov or on YouTube, www.youtube.com/C/City of Carson, California official YouTube site. Public may address the members of the City Council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council on any items on the agenda of the City Council during the designated public comment period. There will be 2 oral communication sessions, one for items that are listed on the agenda and one for a non-agendized item. All non-agendized items will be heard at the conclusion of the City Council regular meeting. So agendized items, if you want to speak on anything on the agenda, you will have the opportunity to speak during that portion of the meeting. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Rojas.
Present.
Councilmember Deere.
Present.
Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
Present.
And Madam Davis Holmes.
Present. To our city manager, items missing on this agenda and the process, like it just went from live stream and then it went to presentations on the agenda. Madam City Attorney, could we report out on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or D3 and E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in 3 cases. That concludes my report.
And I want to repeat to staff, could you get the speaker cards for everyone that wants to speak on agendized items? We're going to have. Make sure everyone fills out a card. Is there anyone here that'd like to speak on closed session items? Hearing none, we should be back from closed session at about an hour. Okay. That's the closed session, returning in about an hour.
Kevin.
We're going live? Okay, thank you everyone for coming. I'm gonna just change the order of this just a little bit, and we're gonna do the flag salute. You can't, we're gonna do, can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me in the back? You can hear me now? Okay. I'm gonna ask our councilwoman to do the flag salute, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is our pastor here for the invocation? We don't have a pastor for tonight's invocation? Well, I'm going to call on our MPT to do the invocation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's bow our heads. Father, thank you for tonight. We pray that you would bless this governing body as they handle city business. Bless our residents. Bless Carson as a whole. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, could you report out on closed session items, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 or E1 or D3 because there was a significant exposure to litigation in 3 matters. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you. I'm going to take the opportunity to move up item number 6 as a presentation of our safety awards from PRISM. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we'll have a presentation for PRISM at this time.
Good evening. Very much for having me on your agenda. I appreciate bringing it up forward, so thank you. Hello, and thank you for having me on your agenda. My name is Maria Williams, and I am part of the Member Services Department at PRISM. We are a risk management joint powers authority that the City of Carson has been a member of since 2017. We currently provide 3 of the different property and casualty coverages for the city: excess workers' comp, general liability, and cyber insurance. PRISM provides coverage to over 2,100 public in California in 8 different areas of property and casualty employment benefits for over 40 years. So why am I telling you this? Because of the background information, I want to provide a little backdrop to how big of a deal it is that the city has won a PRISM Eagle Award. If I'm new, I'm asking what exactly is an Eagle Award. It actually stands for an exemplary achievement in government leadership and enrichment. We created this program 6 years ago to recognize noteworthy innovation and achievement in the field of risk management, to acknowledge and encourage excellence in risk management in a formal, professional, and public way, and to better inform and enlighten the other PRISM members on best practices and innovative risk management programs. There are several different categories, and I'm happy to announce to your council here today that the City of Carson's innovation in implementation of a best practice, safety shoes, getting the right fit. For a brief bit of background, Kevin Ibarra, risk.
Is there a wireless microphone they can use?
Testing.
So the reason why we're here today is to present an Eagle Award for Kevin Ibarra, a risk management specialist over at City of Carson. He basically developed a program for the safety shoes for all the individual employees of the city. It came with a lot of man hours. He did a lot of interviews with supervisors, managers, employees, the union. He did a lot of vendor inspections to make sure that there was a right fit for the proper vendor that was going to be providing the safety shoes. So why is this important? Dollars and cents. The average stat for an injured worker for an injured foot was $28,000 back in 2018. So fast forward that 4 or 5 years, it's probably costing the city a lot of dollars. So what Kevin has done, he did a lot of research with the American Society of Trade Materials for a safety shoe program. There's over 83 different positions that he did investigations for in terms of what type of shoe that they would have that would make sure that with their essential job duties, they were making sure that their performance of those job tasks were safe and they were going to go home safe to their homes. In doing that, there was a lot of man hours, there was a lot of dedication to the interviews that he did with those individuals. And so what he did was he created a spreadsheet that is replicatable throughout the city to be able to save all those dollars for each employee that's saved. So what I want to do is present the Eagle Award, which is the exemplary achievement in government leadership and enrichment. Today, we want to present the City of Carson's innovation and implementation of a best practice safety shoes, getting the right fit, to Kevin Ibarra and the City of Carson.
Good thing we can read lips.
Thank you. Thank you. It's beautiful. Next on our agenda, we're going to go back to item number 2, a report from Captain Jones of the Carson Sheriff Station. Thank you, Captain.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Good seeing you guys all tonight. I have a very quick report this evening. I'll start off this Saturday, December 10th. We will be having our family assistance giveaway, where we'll be helping a lot of our City of Carson families with either food giveaway or as well as a gift card or either toys, just to help those families who may need that little bit of help or assistance to get over that bridge to the holiday season. We are still accepting a few families who may be in need, but as you know, to make sure that we properly plan and have enough toys as well as food, we are going to cut the deadline off tomorrow. So for those who may know of a family or may be the family who needs some assistance, you can email our Carson Community Relations Office at Carson Comrel, so that's CARSONCOMREL at LAS as in Sam, D as in David.org. Once again, that's Carson Comrel at LASD.org. So that's for those families who may need some assistance as we go through the holiday season with some toys or food giveaway. We'll also be giving some boxes of food to our seniors, not this weekend, but the following weekend, where we'll be reaching out to a bunch of our seniors within our community and giving them food boxes to help them as we go through the holiday season. This upcoming Saturday, as you know, we'll have our Explorer program. We're always looking for explorers. That's going to be youth between the ages of 14 and 18 to come and be part of and learn how to, be professional, learn some responsibility, learn how to be mature, and just teach them some of life skills as they continue to grow. But luckily this Saturday, we will have 4 explorers graduate from our Explorer Academy, so we're happy and excited about that, as well as looking to welcome them as part of the Carson Station family. Unfortunately, as you guys know, Stolen vehicles is an issue not only in the surrounding South Bay area, but all throughout our state. And I'm happy to report that our deputies here at Carson Station realize the importance of catching those who are stealing vehicles, because those who steal vehicles, they're not only stealing the car just to joyride. Most times they're stealing those vehicles to go commit smash and grab robberies, takeover robberies, home burglaries, unfortunately drive-by shootings, other aggravated assaults and things of that nature. Well, this 2 weeks ago, we had three of our deputies who were recognized for their proactive and assertive work in capturing, not only recovering stolen vehicles, but capturing those suspects that stolen them. And I wanted to make sure that I commend it, because they received what's called a California Highway Patrol 10851 pin and award. We had the Highway Patrol come down, and them along with myself presented them the award and made sure they knew that their due diligence and their hard work was appreciated. And that was Deputy Andre White, Deputy Luis Cisneros, and Deputy Christopher Awad. So not only did they recover those cars and take those suspects into jail, but they also, in my eyes, prevented other crimes from happening and anyone in our city from becoming victims of any other crimes. I want to thank the many, many churches and community groups, as well as Councilman Deere, Councilwoman Rojas, for the amount of food that was dropped off and the support they gave my deputies here at the station on Thanksgiving. The deputies were very appreciative and very thankful. Even though it was a lot of food, they still were able to respond effectively and capture those who needed to be captured. So thank you very much for the support there. Lastly, I'll just end, due to that hard work and diligence, I'm happy to report that in 6 of the major Part 1 crime categories, crime is down in the city of Carson, and collectively, we're going to continue to work hard to continue to keep it down. That's all I have for my report this evening. Does anyone have any questions of me?
Any questions from my colleagues?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Councilman?
Captain, thank you for the report. We always appreciate the report, and we certainly, everyone in the city appreciates the great work that your staff does. Warrant officers and the civilian employees at the station. You're our de facto police chief, and we look up to you. Great leadership skills, and we appreciate you. So, you said that the Part 1 crimes were down?
6 of the categories were down. As a whole, crime is up 8%, but we're happy that it's not, and we think it's going to continue to dwindle down because of our serve and the way we're mitigating the redeployment of resources. But in 6 of those categories, it is down double-digit percentage.
So can the residents be assured that you have a plan of action to back in the direction we want, which is to bring it down?
Most definitely.
I'm not going to reveal what the plan is because you don't want the bad guys to know what it is.
Yes, because believe it or not, they're always looking to scheme and plan. But we know with our resources and our collective effort, we're going to outsmart them.
Right, good. I'm glad to hear that, and just want you to know that you have our support for resources you need to make sure our residents are safe.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Captain, and I know you were on vacation for a couple of days, so welcome back. You're really energized now, so he was gone for a couple of days. So welcome back, and thank you for that report, and keep doing what you do to keep our residents safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Can you hear me? Okay, the next we're gonna have a report from our Assistant Fire Chief, Captain Chief Bennett. Hi, how are you, Chief Bennett?
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and staff. Thanks for having me. It's great to be back in person, see all you guys, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you. So I thought maybe before I start with our run stats, just like Captain Jones, we've had a change at the top. So our Chief Daryl Osby has retired. He spent almost 36 years as a firefighter and the last 10 years as our fire chief. And so we wish him well in retirement. Now we have Acting Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, and take the reins until a new fire chief is selected. So we're happy to have him, and we wish the best to Chief Osby. So also, as Captain Jones mentioned, we have Toys for Tots going on in all of our fire stations. So we appreciate any donations of toys, and you can drop them off at any one of your Carson or any LA County fire station. So we appreciate all of the donations. And again, quick report on our stats, but what I thought I'd do too is just look at the last 3 years of November stats. And if we go back to the kind of the COVID times, we were down about 30%. So our call volume was down 30%. Everybody was in the house, not getting out, and we were pretty quiet. And then last year at this time in November, we were actually up almost 10%. So I think the people were ready to get out, get back out in the community, and we saw about a 10% increase. So as of our November stats right now, we're right about on track with what we've been at over the years. And that is for the month of November, we had 979 calls for service. So that's about 32 calls a day for our firefighters. We had 17 of those were fire calls. 706 were rescue or emergency. Those are our medical calls. They always take the bulk of what we do. 3 hazardous conditions, which would be hazmat type calls. 11 calls for service, 206 good intent calls, or those are the non-emergent calls that we go assist with, 30 false alarms, and 6 specialty calls that are just ones that don't fit in any category. So your firefighters are out there. As a matter of fact, this week they assisted Torrance Fire with the big building fire, and I got a call from their fire chief a couple days ago commending them on the work. So your Carson firefighters here are the best, some of the best that we have, and they're proud to serve you guys and love serving the community of Carson. So that is my short report for tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any questions from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Bennett, thank you for being here tonight. As you know, Carson, when you looked at the faster in population as well as faster than any other South Bay city. We're having a lot of building going on in Carson, and there's going to be increasing. So I would be interested in, I'm sure my colleagues would too, acting chief, but and then the new chief. So we would like to have our staff to get together with your department plan of action to accommodate the growth in Carson. Population and other place. Fire station has always been on my mind. Locations proposed, but we do minds together on finding a location and finding the funds to build another fire station so our residents are protected.
We'd most definitely do that. So I can reach out to him, and through city manager, we'll find a time where we can meet and talk about all those things. So I'm sure, and Chief Maroney is fantastic with that. And if it's the interim fire chief, we don't know how long he's going to be there. We'll definitely come meet with you and figure this thing out. So
thank you, Chief.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yes, Captain, Chief Bennett, when you get that report together, I think we should do an oral presentation during the council meeting so that not only one person, but our residents will know the plan of action that we're talking about, and we'll also get the opportunity to meet the interim chief. So you can work with our city manager on that, but I know that's a big task. Our goal is to get up to over 100,000 here at the city of Carson. We're at 96,000 right now, so the goal is to go above 100,000 here real soon with all the development that we have. So I want to thank you personally for coming out and being here. We've kind of missed you the last couple of meetings, but thank you for coming and doing that report for us.
You bet. Yeah, COVID got the best of me. So happy to be here again. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to, of course, council staff and residents. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you again. The next, we'll have a presentation by Robert Ferrante. Chief Engineer, General Manager of the Los Angeles County Sanitation District, on the status of the district projects within the city of Carson. Hi, Robert, how are you? Good seeing you too. We've been Zooming for a while.
Yes, everybody can hear me, I believe. Can I have the presentation up? Districts 1.
While he's putting the presentation up, all of you that want to speak under all communications, I need you to fill out a speaker's card. Could you raise your hand so our staff can get you the speaker's cards? If you're planning on speaking on any item on the agenda, fill out the speaker's card. Anyone that's speaking on an agenda item, you will be heard. Anyone that's speaking on a non-agenda item, it will occur after we take care of the business of the city. So anyone that wants to speak, raise your hand so you can fill out a speaker's card.
Great.
Staff, could you walk around our aides? How many do you have, Madam City Clerk? Okay, Robert.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Good evening. I'm glad to be here. I am Robert Ferrante. I'm the General Manager for the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. I have a few updates about a variety of things going on in the city of Carson. And I was here obviously earlier this year, so it's good to be here at the end of the year to really kind of have feedback on what happened and all the steps we've taken. Starting off with just a review, as you may recall, we had a sewer collapse on right near 220th in the 110 freeway. That sewer collapse caused a sewer spill up on 212th Street. And you can see this is what's called our 216th sewer, running from the north to the south, where it connects into a bigger sewer and then makes its way to our joint water pollution control plant. In red, you can see the sewer repair that we made immediately following the collapse. We had that back in service in a couple of weeks. When we investigated upstream and downstream of the sewer, we went ahead and did emergency repairs then. The green segment we did and completed that in March. And then the critical segment was that third segment, which was much longer. We wanted to repair that before the rainy season this year. And I'm glad to report we finished that in September. That whole line is in service and it's gone through a couple of storms. So now, even though we originally had planned to take that out of service for the new sewer we're building, we're going to keep this in service, and this is good for decades to come. The other sewer that we were building that all of you have seen the construction on Figueroa Street is nearing completion. You can see that's the yellow line there. We just completed tunneling under Carson Street, and we have, you see that dashed segment of the yellow. That's the bit that they have to finish just north and south of Carson Street. The sewer should be complete by the end of February. It'll be back in service. And then we hope by the end of March, all the paving and surface work will be done and we can finally be out of there. And now with these two lines after that in service, we'll be in very good shape in terms of capacity for the future. Of course, from that spill, I had mentioned that we hired a third-party engineering firm to do an audit of not only what happened, what caused the failure, but also our design, our maintenance of the sewer system, and our improvements. And that report was completed back in May and was posted on our internet, shared with our website, shared with the city as well. But just to go quickly over it, it really had a number of recommendations, things that we could do to get ahead of sewer issues to prevent sewer collapses and sewer spills. So the number one thing was accelerating our sewer rehab work. We did a number of emergency construction jobs this year to catch up on sewer work. But a big element of their recommendations dealt with new equipment and processes so we can better monitor the sewer system and know when the sewer is going to fail and when it needs to be replaced. And what you see here is a picture of the new high-definition camera along with improved lighting, and it shows the detail that you can see now in our sewer system so we can get ahead of things. We've ordered a new surveillance van or collection system van that will go around with cameras and lighting that we can pull through the sewer system to get that type of detail to be able to know when a sewer is prone to failure. The other thing we're doing too, this will be longer term, is we're developing a computer model of the sewer system, our whole sewer system, all 1,400 miles of it, so we can better predict where bottlenecks will occur and better operate during storms. So switching gears, I'm glad to say on the sewer part, I think we've turned a corner and are moving forward in preventing the type of spills we had. The other project that we talked about in March, if you remember, we came here with the Metropolitan Water District to talk about. At that time, we called it the Regional Recycled Water Project. We now have an official name for it. It's the Pure Water Southern California project. And for those of you that were not here during that presentation, that is going to take the clean water from the joint plant that we clean up, add advanced treatment to it to purify it, and then convey that water throughout. It will be a new source of water for LA County and convey it to groundwater basins, both the Central Basin and San Gabriel Basin. So it's at full build out, it'll be about 10% of the water that Metropolitan currently imports into the region. So it's a significant new source. Many of you remember that the mayor joined the governor of California to come out, and he toured the site and gave a press conference there as well. We have just completed the notice of preparation for the environmental document. We're moving now to the EIR phase of the project. It'll take 12 to 18 months to actually get through the EIR. It's a complicated project. A big part of the project will be the pipelines that go from the city of Carson, from our joint water pollution control plant to those water basins. I'm proud to say that let me try that again. Happy to say that we have been meeting with the City of Carson staff, and this summer came up with an alignment for the pipeline through the city, as well as other potential community benefits that we started talking about as part of the construction. And a couple of things I want to mention. We're doing about 3 to 4 tours a week of the demonstration facility that you see a picture of there. So if anybody from the city, whether it be the public, city staff, groups, school groups, would like to tour the treatment plant and learn about the project, we are available to set that up. You can either contact us or Metropolitan, contact me directly. The other thing I want to mention is a big component of this, and this was something that was discussed with the mayor, is when the construction and the facility ultimately operates, is workforce development. And I don't have a slide for this, but I'm proud to announce that on February 2nd, here in the city of Carson, at the Carson Event Center, Metropolitan Water District is going to have what they call a MetWorks conference. It's a half-day conference where they talk about this project and opportunities for contractors, consultants, and small businesses to participate in the project. They'll talk about the project labor agreement they have and what type of work will be available. So it's really built up to be a good kind of initial networking meeting to get people interested in working on the job in terms of understanding what the job will entail and the schedule. So that's February 2nd, 2023, and we'll have more information for the city as we get closer to that date as well. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Unless I answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert, for coming out and giving us that presentation. We've been, every quarter, we're going to have you here to give an update on what's going on in our great city. And to the residents of the city of Carson, we're going to be on the map here with this Pure Water Southern California. It's the only one, and I'm excited that it's here in the city of Carson. I do encourage all the residents to make an appointment to take the kids there, because this is right here in our great city, and a lot of people don't even know that the plant is there, and it's a wonderful experience, a wonderful opportunity for you to take advantage of this tour and gain valuable information on the project. My colleagues, do you have any questions or comments?
Madam Mayor, I have a few questions.
Councilman.
Can you hear me okay?
Now I can, yeah.
So I'm the alternate to the county sand district from the city of Carson. And I also live on Figueroa and 219th Street. So it seems that they're digging huge trenches on both sides of the median. Is it because they're realigning it, or
Is that
it looks like plans have changed since I was told last time they would be done in a couple of weeks, and that was many months ago.
Well, the hope initially was to be done by the end of the year. There was an issue with a water line that was co-located with the path of the sewer, and having to repair that and fix that took a while, so that was part of the issue. But the current excavations that you see are part of the design. I think they tunneled under Carson, and you're probably referring to south and a little bit of north. That's what they're doing. That's the last 400 feet south, 400 feet north. I think if you stay away from this, north of that, and that's the last bit of sewer that has to be installed.
So realistically, what is the time frame for completion?
End of March.
Of 2023?
Correct.
Not
2023, no, 2023, absolutely right. The sewer will be in service, but the sewer will be in service by the end of February, but as you know, there's a lot of paving and landscaping that needs to be done too, and that's the additional month or so to complete that work.
Of course, the landscaping's being devastated by the heavy metal plates and all the wood and everything laid on top of it.
And just the construction.
So we anticipate it being brought back to a very clean, attractive appearance when it's completed. All right, so my neighbors are asking me, of course, why isn't it finished? It does seem to be going on for years at this point.
It did go on for a long time. Part of the issue was just trying to get in there and not disrupt traffic as much as possible. We have worked with the city, and the city did allow the contractor. Contractor's now working 10 hours Monday through Friday, and then 8 hours on Saturday to try and expedite the work.
I know, I see them every day.
Yeah.
And they do
Except
start.
Sunday.
They start before, except Sunday. But they do start actually before 7 o'clock.
Okay.
They make a noise pretty early, which is all right. I get up early, but my neighbors don't necessarily. So the other thing is that from the map that you showed on the presentation on the screen, you're going to have a dual sewer line for about 10 years in case it collapses again?
No, we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that dual line. And the initial idea prior to the failure that occurred on the one that the sewer line to the west along the 110 was to build the yellow one and take that one along the 110 out of service. But obviously that one failed. We needed the sewer line back in, and we went ahead and did emergency repairs to repair that whole sewer. So that sewer is now in service, and it's capable of operating for decades. Once it's all lined inside so it doesn't corrode. The original sewers built in the 60s were just concrete. The yellow one, since we have started it, we're going to complete it, and now we'll have a redundant system for the next 50, 80 years.
Let's hope that in the next 80 years it doesn't have the same problem they're having.
It shouldn't.
All right, well, thank you for your
Unfortunately, I
presentation.
won't be around to, but it shouldn't.
But engineers plan.
That's right, absolutely.
So thank you for your presentation, and thank you for answering the questions.
Thank you for coming out. Are there any more questions from my colleagues? Hearing none, I want to thank you, and I will be talking to you and seeing you at the sanitation district
On
meeting.
Wednesday.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5 is a presentation that's going to be made by MPT on the Brighton Best International. MPT.
Yeah, I've limited my speaking tonight because the sound system sounds terrible. But I wanted to give this proclamation to Brighton and Best, and they're here tonight. Brighton and Best, we have, and LAUSD is here tonight, a representative from LAUSD. She's here tonight. Brighton and Best, we're going to come down and take a picture with you guys, but I wanted to say this. Brighton and Best, we have crossing guards. We have a total of 22 family of schools here in the Carson community, and Brighton and Best thought to donate crossing guard vests as well as raincoats for all of our 22 schools, and we wanted to just appreciate and applaud you to your community and thank you for keeping our kids protected, keeping our kids walking across the streets. So I'll read this proclamation. We'll come down, give you an opportunity to say something, take a picture. A proclamation in recognition of Brighton and Best International. Whereas according to the Association for Psychological Science and Parents.com, getting hit by a car is the third leading cause of death for children 5 to 9 years old. Almost 400 children ages 15 and under are killed annually when struck by a vehicle. And whereas it's not hard to think of reasons for these scary statistics because children are easily distracted and do not always pay attention. They're smaller statues, so they are more likely to sustain fatal injuries when they're struck. And whereas, as even more basic reasons for this childhood peril, children are struck by a vehicle simply because they don't see the car coming. And Brighton and Best International, founded in 1925, and the worldwide leaders in the wholesale fasteners, they continue to expand their products, including stainless steel, metric fastened, and award-winning hand tools, gloves, and drywall screws. They're the largest master distributor of fasteners in the USA. Whereas Brighton and Best International is grateful to all the crossing guards who serve to protect our children across America, particularly in Carson. Whereas, unfortunately, most crossing guards have to provide their own safety gloves, Brighton and Best International would like to thank crossing guards by donating a pair of high-vis ironclad gloves to our local crossing guard heroes, as well as vests. Whereas, if known a crossing guard and would like to provide a pair of these gloves, please email and tell them about your local hero. Brighton and Best International will ship a pair of gloves at no cost to your location. Whereas it's vital to be aware that school zones are danger zones for kids. Safe Kids Worldwide report the most drivers speed in school zones where a large number of children, pedestrians are more likely to be founded than anywhere else. Now, therefore, the mayor, city council, and citizens of Carson, California, do hereby recognize and acknowledge Brighton Best International for donating protective safety gear for our local school crossing guards and wish them continued success in their future and their business. I was surprised when I told the Carson guard the other day that we were going to give these out. She said, you know, I have to pay for this stuff out of my own money. So I told her that you guys had donated and we will be getting them to every school. So thank you so much. Let's give Brighton and Best a hand.
That was very lovely. Thank you very much. Brian Best International is here to provide safety for all of our children, and by doing that, we would like to provide safety gear to all the crossing guards in the United States. One of your residents, Emery Castillo, actually spearheaded the donation, and thank you. Yeah. Oh, thank you. One of your residents spearheaded the donation, Emery Castillo. She's a lover of the city of Carson, and her children work really hard, for the city. And so I'm very happy to provide as much as the city of Carson would like to have a donation. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, on behalf of Dr. Hempfield and the Carson Community of Schools, we really appreciate it, and I'm sure the Cross Guards are going to appreciate it even more. So thank you so much for this donation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to ask my colleagues to stay down for a moment.
Thank you so much.
How are you? I am honored tonight to do this next presentation. When I was elected, I had 9 points that I wanted to make sure was implemented. And tonight, and that was a better relationship with Cal State University Dominguez Hills, partnership with other agencies, and I wanted a small business academy for our small businesses here in the city of Carson. Our small businesses are the lifeline of the city of Carson, and I just wanted to recognize the first graduating class for the Small Business Academy. I'm going to have my colleagues to call your name. Professor, come on down. David. I was going to read this, but you're here, you can tell the story better. We invested in this academy, and we had 11 small businesses to participate. And this, David, the professor at Cal State University, Dominguez here, spearheaded this program. There was a 9-week session, and when I went to the graduation a couple of weeks ago, I was just so excited about what the class offered and what our next class, because they're going to be cheerleaders for the class number 2 that you're taking registration for right now. So instead of me talking about this Small Business Academy and what it meant to the city of Carson and our small businesses here in the city, I want David, how's your last name, David? Ochi, from Cal State University to give you just a brief background history of what it entailed. It was a 9-week class held at Cal State University, Dominguez Hills, for little or nothing. And we're going to be graduating, they graduated, we're going to be offering another class here real soon. So David?
Well, first of all, thank you for recognizing us. And we have to give credit to the city council and the mayor and the initiatives they took to make this happen. You know, the mayor and the council worked hard earlier in the year with the Town and Gown event that really spurred this, where our president, Parham, really said we need to find tangible ways to work together between the university and the city. And I'm proud that this is, I think, one of the first real tangible results that we can show. We took a group of wonderful small businesses that are here in the city of Carson and help them find ways to grow in their business. You know, many people have an idea of what they think growth should be, but we really help them examine what it means for them, what's realistic for them, how to map out a good 2023, help them find resources that the city has plentiful access to, and really help guide the direction for them. I wish I could take credit for a lot of it. It's obviously a campus that does it, but really the participants and those who pushed through, it was all about their business, right? And I'm very proud to see the kind of businesses we have here in Carson. They did a phenomenal job. I've been told we're doing it again. I'm extremely excited about that. So probably next February, we'll obviously make the city aware we'll work out the dates. But honestly, the group that's over there really is the one that deserves all the credit. They really drove the conversation, and it really helped me as somebody who's relatively new to the university, really see that Carson is a unique place to do business. It has a tremendous amount of opportunity, and with the force of the city and the university coming together, I think this is the beginning of a burgeoning, wonderful relationship. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the president of the Cal State University Dominguez Hills, and thank you, of course, to all those who did a wonderful job in the program.
And thank you. He worked around the clock to make this happen. So I'm going to have my colleagues to read off the names. As you hear your name, come forward. This is our first graduating class of the Small Business Academy. Thank you so much.
So the first one is Erica Adams from Brew Life Coffee.
Erica.
She asked me to step in.
This is Mom.
She had to work tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll tell you how great Erica is.
Okay.
Why don't you all come up and we'll just call your names. Come on up, ladies, gentlemen. Deneen Kirby.
Dr. Jimmy Kirby.
You got to use the microphone,
She done-
otherwise the television audience will hear nothing.
Okay. Deneen Kirby.
Where's Deneen?
Okay. Dr. Jimmy Kirby. Okay. Jeanette Gonzalez from G Brothers Incorporated. Congratulations. Okay. Here we go.
Ann Branson with Image and You Ultrasound Studios. Kanisha Henry with Image and You Ultrasound Studios. Jalen Hicks with Omniscient. Jason Raul. Elizabeth Diantes, Cloverbeth Photography. Clevens, it's United. And Alexandria from European Wax Center in Carson.
And the certificate reads they're the same for all of our graduating students. It says, in recognition, can you guys hear me in the back? In recognition of your participation and graduation, and as a graduate of Cal State University Dominguez Hills Small Business Growth Academy, congratulations and best wishes on all your future endeavors. Please, Carson, visit these small businesses that's in the city of Carson. It's dated today, December 6th. It's signed by your Mayor, Lula Davis Holmes, Mayor Pro Tem Jawan Hilton, Council members Cedric Hicks, Jim Deere, and our Arlene Rojas. Let's give these small businesses a round of applause. They went through 9 weeks. To say something? I'll start down here.
Hello, my name is Kanisha Henry, and this is my business partner, Ann Branson, and we're the owners of Image and You Ultrasound Studio. We specialize in ultrasound imaging, pelvis, bladder, kidneys.
So in addition to that, we also specialize in 3D, 4D ultrasounds for expectant moms. We offer early DNA gender testing. So we're just honored to be a part of the whole business academy. We've learned quite a bit of techniques and skills that we can use, and we're currently putting them into play right now. And we just want to say thank you as well.
Yeah, thank you to the elected officials, Madam Mayor, the Chamber, Cal State Dominguez. You guys have been very supportive, and we're appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Elizabeth with Cloverbeth Photography. We do portraits for events, families, elementary schools, high school seniors, and we just pride ourselves in connecting with our clients to bring their true selves out into their photographs so that they love their photographs in the way that we connect with them. We loved the program. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City staff, David Ochi. We really appreciate it. I think one of the best parts about it was giving us functional tools to really elevate our businesses to the next level, and just being with our
fellow Carson small businesses. We've been in Carson for over 7 years and love our city. So it's just such a pleasure to be a part of the program. Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Alexandra Signoli. I own European Wax Center in the Renaissance at City Center building. We've been in the city of Carson. We're just about to celebrate our 5-year anniversary. So very, very exciting. This was such an amazing, amazing opportunity, especially after COVID, to go back to the basics. So thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. We really appreciate Cal State Dominguez and David Ochi very much. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I thank you for being here. I thank all the elected officials, Cal State Dominguez Hills, city staff, everyone that supports us. You mean the world to us. We thank you. This opportunity that has given us all kinds of tools that some of us, and I'm speaking for self, I didn't know that they were there. So this has helped me to figure out a way to get out of the hole that the pandemic put us into. It has been 2 hard years, but we're still here. And thank you to the city. We're going to make it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie. I'm standing in for my daughter, Erica. She had to work this evening, but she live coffee. And it really gave her the tools that she needed to propel her business. They're all her homemade sweeteners. So, thank you so much.
We'll do a photo op, and I want you to know that I think there's 25 small businesses that have signed up already for our second class. And these are going to be our cheerleaders to make sure that we get up to 25, 50 students. Game on. So could we kind of even it out? Come on this side and let's take a photo real quick. Come in the middle. Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming out. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. On the podium. Mr. City Manager, did we say item 8 was, is it still on? Presentation from transportation? It's here? They're here? Okay, now we're going to have a presentation from transportation. Mr. City Manager, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Transportation Division is going to provide a brief presentation for the public. Mr. Jason Joe, our Transportation Supervisor.
I'm going to need a microphone.
Correction, Manager Jason Joe.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to provide an update on our city's fixed route bus ridership, and I'll be happy to take any questions you may have at the end. As you may recall, the Carson Circuit was suspended on March 28, 2020, out of concerns related to COVID-19. To provide alternative modes of transportation, the city expanded dial-a-ride service to all residents of Carson And we partnered with Lyft to provide subsidized rides as well. During this time, staff was also in discussions with Long Beach Transit to possibly succeed MV Transportation as the main provider. Prior to the pandemic, the staff had initiated the city's first comprehensive operations analysis, which is a detailed look into our city's bus service, routes, and passenger boardings. The primary recommendations included, number one, regional connectivity to neighboring cities. Number two, direct service to destinations on major streets versus traveling through neighborhoods. And number three, bi-directional travel, which means two-way travel in both directions versus one-way service. Staff finalized negotiations with Long Beach Transit and were able to incorporate these recommendations into a new partnership which began on September 27th of 2021. And to supplement Long Beach Transit service, 2 new Carson Circuit routes went into service on January 3rd of this year as a staff-operated service. 3 new routes, routes 2, 4, and 8, provide regional connectivity to neighboring cities. Riders also have the option to take Torrance Transit and Metro buses along Victoria, Avalon, Del Amo, and more. Riders can also easily access major destinations such as Cal State Dominguez, City Hall, Community Center, multiple schools, Metrolink stations, grocery stores, and much more. Service runs from approximately 5 a.m. to 7:40 p.m. Monday through Friday, and from 10:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday. This chart illustrates the average number of boardings per route, Long Beach Transit in the red, MV in blue. And as you can see, by implementing the recommendations of the study, ridership per route has effectively doubled. The current agreement with Long Beach Transit expires September of 2024 with the option for 2 additional years. When comparing the cost of their average invoices, MV ran $133,000 a month on average, whereas Long Beach Transit comes in a little higher at $147,000. However, this is for two-way service versus MV's one-way service. Additionally, these are rates from 2015 that MV secured versus Long Beach Transit in 2021. Long Beach Transit's cost per capita, or cost for individual boarding, came in at 27% less than MV. So this cost is also expected to decrease even further as ridership goes up. This chart here compares the average fare collected per rider, MV in the blue, Long Beach in the red. The average for Long Beach has been 71 cents per boarding or rider. MV is 29 cents. The fare cost for Long Beach Transit is currently $1.25 for the regular fare, 60 cents for senior, whereas MV was $1 for regular and no charge for seniors. The 2 new routes for Carson Circuit started service on January 3rd of this year. Route A is highlighted in there as red and Route B in blue. Both routes begin and end at the South Bay Pavilion, making for easier transfers between each route. The service runs Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., then again from 2 to 5 p.m. This last chart illustrates the total number of boardings of Route A and B combined. The ridership does drop during the summer months due to school breaks, but rises again in the fall. The new service costs approximately $480,000 per year to operate, which does include the cost of drivers, buses, fuel, maintenance, and insurance. The average fare per boarding for Carson Circuit is 32 cents per boarding, which is actually quite similar to pre-pandemic figures. With that, I hope this provided you with a brief overview of our ridership. Any questions?
Any questions from my colleagues?
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Councilman.
Thank you for the presentation. It's good that you keep us updated. I'm sure you and the city manager make sure that we and the public are informed about this important transportation. Joining with the city of Long Beach was something we had considered for a while, and looks like it's turning out to be a good decision. Any anticipated increases in routes or extension of routes from what you see on the map?
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, we will be taking a closer look since we have recently passed the first year of service. We have 2 more years of service remaining on the agreement, so we'll be taking a closer look for sure to see what we can do to perhaps expand service into additional areas of the city.
So what about connecting the service to the 110 freeway? It looks like you do that at the Carson Street. Is that where the person, say from the center of Carson, were to want to go downtown? Would they go to the Carson Street? I think it's Silver Line or something. I'm not sure on the 110 Harbor Freeway. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. Yes, on Route 4, as you can see up there, it does cross into the 110 freeway, where downstairs you have the Silverway entrance.
So if you're at Cal State Dominguez and you want to get on the bus to go downtown, you would take Route 2 and transfer to Route 4 and then transfer to
the Silver
Metropolitan
Line
bus, I see. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Quick question in regards to the routes. That was one that was at Rancho Dominguez Prep and it ended at the mall. Will that route ever be put back in place?
Rancho Dominguez, I'm sorry, can you?
Rancho Dominguez Prep, the high school that's on Carson and Santa Fe. There was a route that actually helped the riders and the students who lived in the north end of the city to get to their high school over on the east side. And I don't think that route is still in play. I just wanted to know, have you received calls in regards to implementing that route, and will that route ever be put back in place?
Oh, thank you. Actually, we haven't received any calls. Luckily, Route 4 up there on the screen, it does connect straight up Santa Fe, which is the Rancho Dominguez Prep High School that you had mentioned. So we do have direct service going in both directions, going up north on Santa Fe and going back south.
So on the map, is that route number 1?
It's the purple one. If you can see up there, route number 4. I apologize for the smaller image.
The area that I'm looking for is the routing would be closer to the South Bay Pavilion, across the street from Del Amo Park, Central and Del Amo, that neighborhood area for riders to be able to pick up that purple line, I guess, and get over to Santa Fe and Carson to to the actual high school.
Okay, yes, I see what you mean. So the riders can either take Route 4 going up north to Route 1, which connects you to Route 2 on Central, so that's a direct connection to Central and Del Amos. Or they can also take Route 4 going west and connect to number 2, which will take them right up to Central and Del Amo as well.
So then those students would have to take 2 buses. They'd have to transfer. There's not a direct route?
2 at most, yes.
2 at most?
Yes.
Because the reason I'm asking, because I've gotten calls that it used to be a direct route. They didn't have to get off the bus. And when you're dealing with children, sometimes when you take them from one point to another point and can get off, they may get off. So if you get them from one point, from getting on that bus and ending at the school, you're more secure in knowing those kids will make it to school every day. I'm just wanted to, and that's my request, if we can actually look at that feasibility study to bring that route back in to get those students, since there's no bus service through LAUSD, to get them from that neighborhood to that school.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a fair point, and we'll absolutely look into that.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? Well, would you say I know we had our own bus line, and this seems to be working out better. Am I correct in that assumption than what we were doing before?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's a divide and conquer approach that we're taking this time around versus just going endlessly in different neighborhoods with no riders.
Well, I want to thank staff for the presentation, and I think we did make the right decision by contracting with the Long Beach Transit. So thank you for the presentation. I'd like you to come back before us. When is the contract up? In 2 more years?
Yes, September of 2024, ma'am.
Okay, so next year we'll do another presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next is oral communications. Anyone here for the public hearing? I'm going to allow you to speak, but if you want to speak now, you can. As I said earlier today, we're going to listen to oral communications for items that's listed on the agenda. Any item that's not on the agenda will not be heard until the end of the meeting. So as soon as we do the consent calendar, I'm going to open up the public hearing for those 2 items that I know that most of you are here for, items number, 32 and 33. So if you want to speak on those 2 items, please fill out a speaker's card. I think our city clerk has about 10. I'd like to know how many are going to be speaking under that item. 32 and 33 is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, maybe the council aides could walk into the audience with speaker cards in case people.
That's what they've been doing earlier since the meeting started. Thank you, Councilman. So if no one wants to speak on any other item except 32 and 33, I'm going to call for approval of the minutes.
Approval, Madam Mayor, of the minutes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Items 10 through 29 is the consent calendar. Move for a motion to approve this consent calendar.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to have item number 18, if possible, be continued to the next adjourned meeting, regular scheduled meeting, with your consent.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll move it to the special meeting on the 13th?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be a regular adjourned meeting
A regular adjournn meeting.
on
I'm
the
sorry.
morning of the 13th.
On the 13th.
And then also I'd like to add item 35 as well,
To the,
to continue to the the morning of the 13th.
to the adjourned meeting on the 13th. So without objection, we're going to continue items number 18 and 35 to the adjourned meeting that we're going to adjourn to, which will take place on the 13th at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
via Zoom.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. That's without item 18.
18 and 35.
It's not on consent, I don't believe.
That's correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. 35 is, okay, thank you. I have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Please report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to move right now to items number 32. Item number 32 is a public hearing to consider resolution number 22-2421, ratifying and affirming the CEQA findings and actions of the Planning Commission related to certification of environmental impact report, schedule number 20210101116, with respect to approval of the vesting tentative track map number 83157 and making findings pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15162 through 15164, and modifying pursuant to Carson Municipal Code, section 9173.4C2B, the decision of the Carson Planning Commission adopting Planning Commission Resolution number 22-244 with respect to the conditions of approval of vesting tentative track map number 83157 related to a 1,115 unit mixed-use development referred to as the Imperial Avalon Mixed-Use Project. And we're going to also open the public hearing for item number 33 is a public hearing to consider ratifying and affirming the CEQA findings and actions of the Planning Commission related to certification of environmental impact report, schedule number 20210101116, with respect to ordinance number 22221, approving the Imperial Avalon specific plan number 21-19 and zoning change number 188-19, changing the project site zoning from commercial automotive and RM 8D to specific plan ordinance number 222222, approving development agreement number 23-19 between the City of Carson and Imperial Avalon LLC, and resolution number 22-243, adopting a general plan amendment number 105-19 for a 1,150 unit mixed-use development refers to as the Imperial Avalon Mixed-Use Project. City Council. Madam City Clerk, was the public hearing properly noticed?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to the applicable law, limited to proof of timely publication received by my office. The notice of the applicant via email was confirmed by staff. Posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations, and the posting affidavits are on file in the city clerk's office, and we did receive 8 written items.
8 written communications. We will have them at the time of the public testimony. Okay. The public hearing is open. Staff presentation first.
Try again. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. I have 2 presentations regarding the 2 public hearings. The first one is the appeal. I'll go through a series of slides for my presentation. This slide shows the location of the project. The Planning Commission certified the environmental impact report and approved the site plan and design review and the vesting tentative track map for the Imperial Avalon project, and also recommended recommended approval to City Council for the specific plan, development agreement, general plan amendment, and zone change. In addition, applicant has filed an appeal for condition number 48 for the vesting tentative track map. This item deals with the appeal. Staff has inadvertently drafted condition 48 to be more restrictive than the development agreement section 4.7. The vesting tentative track map condition number 48 requires that the approval and recordation of the final map prior to issuance of a building permit. Condition number 48 is inconsistent with DA section 4.7, which permits issuance of building permits prior to recordation of the final map. Staff has consulted with the city engineer and has confirmed that city engineer is agreeable to modify the condition and conform to development agreement section 4.7. So condition number 48 currently states prior to issuance of building permits, final map shall be approved and recorded. And the revised condition of approval would read, prior to issuance of building permits, final map shall be approved and recorded except as otherwise provided in the development agreement. And this is what the development agreement says, section 4.7. Developer shall have the right to commence project construction of both apartment buildings within the project prior to recordation of an approved final subdivision map. However, the approved final subdivision map must be recorded prior to occurrence of either of the following. 1, issuance of any building permits for the townhomes. 2, issuance of a certificate of occupancy for either of the apartment buildings. Neither the apartment lots nor the apartment buildings may be individually sold prior to recordation of the approved final subdivision map. Any tentative map prepared for the project will comply with all government code sections. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 22-242. That concludes staff's report.
Yes. To my council members, are there any questions that you'd like to ask? It's not a debate, just a question and answer. Colleagues, questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Yes. City manager and his staff, I'd like to know negotiations. I guess the city attorney was involved, right? Is that correct? City Attorney's Office, as well as Saeed, you and your staff. Was JR involved as well, or not necessarily on this project? Minimally, I see. Okay, so how long did it take you to negotiate all of the details, all of these development agreement aspects that went before the Planning Commission?
I would say the entire project, probably we've been working on it for a couple of years. And But first, the planning process for these large projects is pretty long and complicated. The first thing that we do is we basically draft a specific plan, review the site plan and the elevations, and start the environmental review process. So you have to kind of get all that going before we can start on the development agreement, because a lot of the information for the development agreement comes from all those entitlements. For the development agreement, we've been talking about it for about a year, but I would say in the past 60 days or so, we've had really intense negotiations to basically, the devil is in the detail. We've talked about generalities, and when we start putting everything down into paper and drafting the development agreement, that's when we actually really hash out all the details that are critical for the project.
So this development agreement are actually all the aspects of the negotiations. Hear me all right?
Yes, they've been negotiated.
Volume's going on and off. I'll hold it up like this. This should help. All right, so I would like for there's a lot of people in the room tonight are very concerned about what is going to happen, what the future looks like. And I would like basically the city attorney to outline to the public what is before us, what exactly is before us tonight, so there's no confusion, and how this approvals that are being sought by the developer from the city council, how is it different from the relocation agreement that the city council approved? Okay, it's this is very significant. I think everyone in the room needs to listen to the city attorney's explanation so that we are all on the same page. Your mic's not working.
This is fine. This is working, isn't it? Oh, I guess it's not. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Councilman Deere. That's a very important question that you have asked. There's a lot of familiar faces, residents in the room, and it's really important to clarify that the item that's before the council tonight is an item that deals with whether the property owner of Imperial Avalon Fairing Enterprises, or is it Fairing, or is it another name? Sorry. Imperial Avalon LLC, whether they will have an approval on their specific plan, whether the council will approve a development agreement that then entitles the property to be developed for the uses that's before the council consideration tonight. The issue of the relocation benefits, which was decided 2 years ago, that has already been decided. There is nothing the council can do with respect to the relocation benefits in this process. That was done. The residents did have an attorney. There was no legal action filed. The statute of limitations to challenge the relocation benefits has ran. And tonight, what is before the council is whether the council will approve the development agreement, the specific plan, and certify the environmental impact report. It's really important to clarify that even if the council denies the development agreement tonight, even if the council denies approving this project, the park will close most likely because the property owner has approval for a park closure. This deals with what happens with the park after the park closes. So the council denying this project tonight will change nothing when it comes to the park closure action that was taken a couple of years ago. Does that answer the question?
It does, and I want the people in the audience to speak up, if you would, if that's not clear. So I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what the city attorney said. What we're dealing with tonight is what will happen to the property after the park is closed. tonight before us, unfortunately, is not a question of whether or not the park closes or not. So I just want people to understand when you ask your questions to do not hesitate to ask whatever you need to ask so you have a thorough understanding of what's happening. We don't want Carson to be operated in an environment of rumors and gossip. We don't want Carson to operate in an environment of lack of knowledge. We want to have as much knowledge as possible. And having said that, I'll conclude by saying that we really need to do whatever we can to make sure that the relocation agreement is lived up to 100%, but that is a different issue than what's before us tonight. So I just want people to please don't hesitate. There are no dumb questions. There are no bad questions. Your questions probably is in the mind of several other people in the room. So please feel free to ask whatever you need so you have a thorough understanding of what this meeting is about tonight and what any action would mean. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney.
Sorry. The one more point that I want to clarify is, as part of the project, as part of the development agreement, there are residential units that are being proposed to be built. If the development agreement or this project is denied tonight, the only impact it may have may be a negative impact on the relocation benefits that the council imposed on the park closure. Because the sooner that the project can be developed, the better it is for the residents who would want to exercise option C, because then they can move back into this development and stay there pursuant to the terms of option C.
And they can stay there at the rate they're paying, current rate, right?
Yes, current rate for the rest of their lives.
For their lives. Okay. Any more comments from my colleagues? Questions?
Madam Mayor, I just want to have a segue into that, what the city attorney just said. So tonight, because this is a public hearing, you basically can say whatever you want to say. You can ask whatever you want to ask. And I think we should take the liberty that if they do ask questions about the relocation agreement, we should do our best to answer those questions. Because option C was something we fought hard over, and option C is a very attractive option. I mean, people do not want to move, but if they have to move, option C is something where the Planning Commission had proposed a 10-year period of time where your rent is the same rent you pay now for your space, but in a brand new apartment. I know apartment's different than a house that you have now, but we were able to win the battle to extend it to 20 years. So it's actually, if you choose that option, which I think very few people have chosen it so far, it's still there. And I just want people to be aware of it. And if anyone is not getting the information that you need to protect yourself for your housing needs, the city should be forthright and diligent in making sure that all the information is clear. I think there's a relocation firm that's hired by Faring Company, the owner of Imperial Avalon Mobile Home Park, and they will provide that information as well. And that information, I've been assured, is going to be accurate and as helpful as can be given the situation that exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for that presentation. And now we're going to open the public hearing. The applicants, you have 15 minutes to do a presentation if you like. On 33? That's fine. That's fine. Madam City Clerk, is there any public comment on our testimony on this item?
For 32?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32. 32.
And you have written communication, you have the cards, speaker cards also? Could I have the speaker cards, please?
Madam Mayor, you want to do 33 before 32?
We're doing 32.
And then you open it for 33. All right.
I
thank you.
open for both at the same time.
Okay.
Okay. You want to read your comments that you received? Anyone, I'm going to call your names if you'd like to speak after she reads her communications that she received via email.
Hello, yes, okay. We received first one from Mr. Rodney Warner. Council, please consider direct correlation between the approval of this EIR and the Imperial Avalon Mobile Estates Relocation Impact Report. The Imperial Avalon LLC Environmental Impact Report states that the project's construction cannot begin until the Imperial Avalon Mobile Estates Mobile Home Park is closed. Construction section implies that resolution number 20-113, option C for the homeowners, will not complete its execution for 32 to 60 months, up to 5 years. The remuneration to current homeowners of Avalon Mobile Estates is insufficient for this period of time. The owner is only offering a wholesale value instead of fair market retail of their home's equity, and then expect that the homeowner's equity to subsidize his option C. That equity was meant for retirement and old age expenses. Further, the remuneration required by owner should not expire until the appropriate dwellings are completely move-in ready. Will the city and park owner provide the homeowners with the traditional real estate fair market? City and park owner provide the homeowners with sufficient remuneration to survive a 5-year displacement period? Carson law stipulates fair market value for homeowner property in this situation, and they cite section 9128.21. Requirement that a resident whose mobile home cannot be relocated within a reasonable distance to a comparable park be compensated by a lump sum payment based upon consideration of the fair market value of the mobile home on site, including resident improvements, for example, landscaping, porches, carports, etc. Any mortgage obligations of the resident on the mobile home and the cost of purchasing a mobile home on site in a comparable park or acquiring other comparable replacement housing. Then they cited the California Code of Civil Procedure, CCP 1263.320. The fair market value of the property taken is the highest price on the date of valuation that would be agreed by a seller being willing to sell, but not under any particular or urgent necessity for doing so, nor obliged to sell, and a buyer being ready, willing, and able to buy, but under no particular necessity for doing so. Thank you for the prompt response, Rodney Warner. From Courtney Welch. Dear City Council, the California Renters Legal Advocacy and Education Fund, also known as CARLA, submits this letter to inform the Carson City Council that they have an obligation to abide by all relevant state housing laws when evaluating the proposed Imperial Avalon mixed-use project. The Housing Accountability Act requires approval of zoning and general plan compliant projects unless findings can be made regarding specific, objective, written health and safety hazards, according to California Governor's Code 65589.5. These findings must be unmitigable based on written health and safety standards and supported by a preponderance of evidence in the record. If a court reviews a local denial of housing, it will not defer to local judgment on these questions, but instead afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and the approval and provision of housing. In this case, none of the grounds for the appeal identifies impacts associated with this project that could justify a denial of housing. The environmental analysis of the project is complete and more than sufficient under the law. The Carson City Council should therefore deny the appeals and approve the project as proposed. As you are well aware, California remains in the throes of a statewide crisis-level housing shortage. New housing such as this is a public benefit. It will bring increased tax revenue, new customers to local businesses, decarbonization in the face of climate crisis, but most importantly, it will reduce displacement of existing residents into homelessness or carbon-heavy car commutes. The appeal in this instance does not identify any health or safety impacts caused by the project. Therefore, the Carson City Council is under a legal obligation to approve the project and not attach any conditions that would result in a reduction of density. We ask that Council deny the appeal and allow for the creation of these new homes. My name is Gail Kruger, age 72, and I live at Imperial Avalon Mobile Home Park. I moved there because it was affordable. Please help us. We are living on Social Security, which isn't enough to pay rent anywhere else. We need interim housing here in Carson where my doctors are and family live. Thank you, and I will be here Tuesday night with the rest of the seniors. Valerie Porizek is asking where is the affordable intermediate housing? From Karen Avila regarding item number 32. Dear Mayor and City Council, I am writing to express support of items 32 and 33 before you this evening. First and foremost, I would like to use this opportunity to publicly thank the Faring Company, more specifically Darren Embry and his entire team at Imperial Carson Mobile Estates. My mother and I owned a home in the park and has resided there for 18 years. Obviously, while being informed that the park will be closing 3 years ago, we were not happy, but understood that we were always tenants on land that could someday be sold and transformed. Our initial reaction was the same as many fearing the change before us, but we are grateful that the entire process was made easier because of Darren and his team. We experienced serious health issues with both my mom and me during this time. The compassion, patience, and professionalism afforded to us helped us throughout this transition. We were never pressured or rushed, rather provided with information and resources to assist us. I truly believe that our best interests and welfare were a priority. I understand that there is still resistance to the park closing and new project. However, given time, outreach, and assistance offered by the city and Faring for the past 3 years, all residents should be accepting the fact that the park is closing and take advantage of the quality help that's available. I am in support of the project before you this evening for the following reasons. It is my understanding that the 125 affordable housing units in this project will help some of the most vulnerable members of our community and be the largest single offering of such housing in decades. Priority to seniors and our veterans is a much-needed component as well. Carson's second and third generation folks want to buy or lease in the city they grew up in. This project provides much-needed housing stock that will fit the need. The pedestrian bridge included in the project will connect the community to each other and provide new opportunities for future dining and shopping experiences. A more walkable and bikeable community will be a great benefit to the residents. The applicant has demonstrated the same concern for the community as it did for my family by addressing the requests of the neighbors surrounding this project on Grace Avenue and including a new signal on 213th. In closing, I urge you to support items number 32 and number 33, as this is a quality project that will benefit Carson residents. Sincerely, Karen Avila, former mobile home owner, Space 23. Good afternoon. At the start of this park closure, it was promised to relocate everyone to low-income housing at the same square footage. This relocation budget is too expensive, and we are in need of interim housing in Carson that the seniors can afford to survive. Secondly, isn't having a Faring employee appointed into Carson City Council, I just recently, a major conflict of interest? This is from Porizek. Hello, my family has lived in Imperial Avalon Mobile Home Park for decades. The current relocation is too expensive for the city budget. Seniors are being offered way less than the current market value of their homes. An elder resident has already committed suicide from the unnecessary stress of all of this. Seniors should be able to keep the affordable housing located there, not financially abused due to corporate greed. This is from Angela Porizek. Dear Mayor, council members, and planning commissioners, my name is Barry Spradling, and I lived on Grace Avenue between 213th and Javelin Street for the past 33 years. I've met with some of my neighbors on Grace Avenue and around the block. I've hosted a small group of neighbors to meet with Darren Embry and ask questions and view the revised plans. The neighbors in attendance liked that the developer is actually listening to us. For the most part, everybody that showed up seemed to be pleased with the project. We were told that they wanted to be good neighbors and wanted our input. I think most of the people there liked the option that was mentioned as an alternative, as an alternative to the entrance placement currently being shown. There was mention that it could be moved further down the street closer to Javelin. We seem to like that idea better. This might help with one of our problems of people who park there and leave their fast food trash, empty booze bottles. Like the street widening and the new walking area being shown, as Grace Avenue gets a lot of walkers and the dogs like that section as well. The developer asked us what might help us like the project better, and most of us suggested speed bumps. Our street seems to be a test drag strip for people with muscle cars, and we would like it to stop. It doesn't happen all the time, but now with the street being widened, this tells me some of those drivers might think they can race side by side down our street now. Just last night, around midnight, we had a gray Dodge racing down the street. My neighbor down the street saw the car and said when it got down to 213th, it started doing donuts. We are tired of this. I know the people on 213th are tired of it too. They get it the worst. We like that you are putting a traffic signal at 213th and Grace. That may help. I will tell you, I walk around the block every day, and it never fails. When I get to Grace and 213th, I always see people running the stop sign. Usually these drivers are busy doing other things and distracted while driving. I'm recommending you put speed bumps up and down 213th before every stop sign and signal. Just follow the skid marks and donut skids up and down. For Grace Avenue, stop sign and signal. My only thought there is if the people on my street say we need speed bumps and we go along with the process and it shows we don't have enough traffic to warrant them, my question is if the developer is willing to pay for this. Why can't we go ahead and put them in? We have a problem with people that show up randomly, which doesn't play in well with the speed bump process I've been told about. I can get the signatures on my street if you still want them. I just want to know why, if the developer is willing to pay the cost for them, then why do we need to go through that process? Excuse me. Once you put in 2 speed bumps on Grace Avenue between Javelin and 213th, we won't have the problem anymore. I will try to make it to the meeting tonight. Thank you, Barry Spradling. That concludes the written communications for item number 32, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the public. Daniel Hill, you want to speak on this item 32? Are you here?
Can I start?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for allowing us to speak on this subject. I am the grandson of a resident of Imperial Avalon, and I just want to speak to the empathy to you guys of trying to get housing until the buildings are built, because it's very stressful on everyone that is in the park. They don't understand fully all of the details. They're concerned, they're worried, and I just ask that you guys can really help these people who have served the community. You know, they've worked hard, and to really see that they are in need, and they really don't understand all the benefits they could get, and they really need interim housing until things are built, because they cannot afford any housing in the vicinity. As some of the emails said, they have doctors, they have appointments, they have family, and they need community support to really help them. This really is their time of need, and I thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that Darren, that you get his number and contact the family. See what assistance can be provided, please. Next person is Willie Davis. Willie Davis. Going once. Willie Davis, are you here? Willie Davis. Franklin Hill. Willie Davis is here? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. I'm just interested in where's the interim package that the owner of the park promised us. That's all.
Can you take your mask off? I can't understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm just interested in the interim package that the owner of the park promised us, and which is related to really option C.
Option C?
Yes.
Darren Emery is in the back. He's walking towards you. He can give you more information on that package. Mr. Davis is interested in more information on option C. Okay. Mr. Hill, Franklin Hill.
Thank you all for this opportunity. Main reason I'm here is because I would like you to either reject or put this appeal on hold for the changes until the interim housing issue has been resolved. What's the point of going ahead, starting a process that once it starts, you can't stop it? Once the boulder goes rolling down the hill, it's going to destroy everything in its path, or it's going to complete everything it's supposed to do. So why are you starting this process of granting the permits when you have not dealt with the interim housing issues? Okay, and those interim housing issues should be made public, not behind closed doors, not behind one-on-one where a slick salesman could do a deceiving job. Okay, don't know if it's going to happen or not, but the point is the interim housing issue has not been resolved yet. So why are you proceeding until that issue is completed? These are lives of seniors on fixed incomes. And in the city of Carson, where we want to stay, this is our home, there is no housing, affordable housing of the income that we are on, that we are living on. So if you can offer that for the years that it's going to take for this project to be completed, it went from 2 years, now it's 5 years. So what's going to happen in year 5? Oh, sorry, it's going to take another 2 years because we didn't know this was going to happen. They should have thought of this when they proposed it in the beginning of option C. Why didn't they figure this out then? Why are they now waiting years and years later to finally figure it out? So thank you very much for this opportunity, very much.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
we have just a
Mr. Hill
second,
raises a very
Councilman?
good
Just-
point. I'd like the city attorney to
Well, that's what I'm trying
answer
to get her
that
attention.
question.
Madam City Attorney, could you respond to some of the comments?
I'm assuming you want me to respond to the question of why there are delays or what would happen if they have a further delay. I mean, it was more of a comment to me. Pardon me?
Interim housing, where are they going to live after the park is closed before they can take option C, for example? Where are they going to live?
Thank you. So the applicant has an obligation to provide interim housing, and I can, well, to to help identify interim housing. And if you recall, you received a letter on September 9th, 2021, where the applicant actually voluntarily agreed to give enhanced options. And under the enhanced options, they said that if there was a person with an annual verified income at or below the HUD extremely low level income, which is currently $28,000 for a two-person household, they would receive $1,600 per month interim rent subsidy in addition to all the other benefits. And if the annual verified income was above HUD, very low income, then the person would receive $1,000 per month interim rent subsidies. So this can play out in a couple of different scenarios. My understanding is, and the applicant can speak to this, they are currently trying to find perhaps even another property where they can develop some sort of interim housing, and if the residents choose option C and that development works, they can stay there. They haven't been able to find a site that would accommodate such a development, but they haven't stopped looking, and again, applicant can respond to that. However, if they cannot find another property to provide this additional affordable housing, then the option would be through the relocation consultants. The residents can find interim housing, but because the city understood and recognized that the residents should not be using their coach values to pay interim housing rents, the council in September of, again, I don't want to get the date wrong, in September of 2021 approached the applicant, and if you all recall, and if you don't, we're happy to provide you with copies of those letters where the applicant committed to paying the subsidies I just described, in addition to your benefits under the relocation benefits, to allow you to be in interim housing, and then when the project is done, you can move back into the project. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, Darren, do you have anything to add to that, or someone from your team? You want to come to the mic? Yes, no?
Maybe I just make a statement, I kind of can try to sum everything.
Madam Mayor, yeah, because what he's saying now will not be projected on television. It'll be just silent, unless you use a microphone.
Respectfully, my recommendation or suggestion is we wait until the public makes their comments and then I try to kind of summarize. Is that acceptable?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Madam,
Don't forget any questions.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just
Yes,
one to
Council.
go along with that. In listening to the concerns of the residents, what I'm hearing, who is the contact person? Is it just Darren is the one that's the advocate to explain the options to the residents? Because I'm hearing that many of our residents who are seniors are still confused on the options and what's actually being presented to them and how it's going to be related to them and how soon can it be addressed and given to them at this point in time.
Just to briefly summarize for everyone here tonight, we've been working on this, maybe I stand over here. And we've been, oh, sorry, okay. We've been working for over 2 years on this project. By this project, I mean the relocation efforts. Over half, or right around half of the folks have already been relocated. 80% of them have been relocated in Southern California. They have mostly accepted option B, which is where we acquire the coach, at the higher of the appraised value or the original purchase price. Some of those amounts are over $200,000, up to $310,000. That's a fact. No, those are facts. These are all facts, my kind people.
Okay.
So we have been sending every 2 weeks listings of interim housing options. Mobile homes for rent, mobile homes for sale, apartments for rent, all over the South Bay, all over Southern California. We have been told, pardon my back.
No, that's
okay.
fine. That's fine.
We have been told that the HOA is asking their folks not to engage with us, not to respond to the emails that we send or that the relocation consultant, third party RSG, sends. phone calls, letters. We have been trying. We are there 2 days a week, in addition to park staff, which is there 24/7. We feel lately
Hey,
HOA
Darren.
has been ignoring us, and we want to work with you.
Darren, thank
I'm
you.
sorry, Mr. Emery, you're not really responding to the question, so
Question
if
is-
it's okay, Madam Mayor, maybe I can take a crack at responding to this question. Councilman Deere, there are 2 sets of relocation consultants available for the residents to talk to. The reason we have 2 sets of relocation consultants is because I don't think the residents should be talking to the park owner about their relocation benefits. The city council imposed a condition to have independent consultants that work for the city that can, yes, the park owner's paying for it, but they work for the city and they report to the city. And at least one of them directly reports to the city, and they need to be responding to all your questions. I've met with the HOA board members. I have told them if the consultants are not giving you correct information, if they're advocating for one option over another option for you, any of that, immediately contact my city, my office. I will personally come out there. I will personally meet with you. I will personally go over your options, and you decide as the resident what is the best option for your living situation. The city council is here to protect you in this process. So Mr. Emery started talking about how he's available. I don't think residents should be encouraged to go to be forced to talk to the park owner if they don't want to. If they want to, absolutely do it. But you have 2 sets of relocation consultants. If you don't like RSG, go talk to Overland. If you don't like Overland, go talk to RSG. I've told your board, and I will tell you, if you feel like RSG and Overland are both not being responsive, call my office. Mr. Nassé and I will come out there and we will have a conversation with you. It is critical you understand your specific rights. It is critical you understand what option works best for your situation, not that the option that the park owner wants to advocate for. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. The next speaker is Jeff Steinman. You have 3.
Hi, good. Okay, good. It's working.
Thank you,
Thank
Jeff.
you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. In regards to the project that's on the table, you can't start the construction on this project until, obviously, you close the park and we vacate the park.
Ooh,
right?
someone just fell. Are you
Makes
okay?
sense. Whoa.
Do we need to call the paramedics, staff? 911 staff? Is our sheriff here?
The sheriff's in the back.
Could you guys move back so she can breathe, please?
I didn't say that loud. Did I say that loud?
Broke a leg. I heard something. Could everyone be seated and let the sheriff department take care of the situation? Let's take a 10-minute recess. A 10-minute recess.
Madam Mayor, I suggest a recess. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Councilman, you're not listening to me? I said a recess. To our council aides, could we keep everyone from around our resident, please? Please let the sheriff do their job. person that was at the podium. Our resident has been taken care of by paramedics. I understand that she broke her ankle. Is that correct? But anyway, we'll keep her in our prayers. And Mr. Stein, Jeff?
Thank you for the time, too.
Yes, I
Just so
restarted.
everybody knows, she's okay. She twisted her ankle. She didn't hit her head or anything. She's okay. But thank you for the time to help her out. So, as I was about to say before all that happened, in order to continue with the construction of this project, park's got to be closed, people got to move out, right? Makes sense. In order, though, for the park to be closed and us to move out, the conditions that allow the city council to approve this have to be met. One of those conditions is the promise from the owner that there would be housing for us to live in during the construction of the park. It would be that interim period that everybody's talking about, which would be about 2 to 3 years. This housing that would be promised would be called interim housing. Interim housing, according to the resolution, is in Carson and near the park. Okay? So the problem, well, not the problem, but how do I say this? It's supposed to be in Carson and near the park. So the owner now, though, has conceded that there isn't enough of this interim housing in Carson near the park. If he's going to do that, that's okay, but, and again, the promise of the future housing is a terrific gift. But if we're going to be promised the future housing, but you can't ensure the interim housing, once we walk out of that park, we're essentially homeless. If you can't ensure the interim housing, we have nowhere to go. Any of us. Okay? That's really what it is that we're trying to address. And if you can't ensure this, how is it that you can go forward with the project? Basically what we're saying is that while there is the promise of this future housing, that doesn't mitigate the harm that's going to be done in that interim period, that 2 to 3 years, when we lose our homes waiting for what's coming. We are homeless. That's what everybody's afraid of, okay? And it also brings up a pretty interesting question. If the promise of I can now call it interim housing, the promise of the interim housing wasn't there to begin with, would you have gone through with this project? Would you have lent your approval to what is going on? Okay? It's a very significant question. And because the way the impact report is written, you're not fulfilling the conditions that allowed you to lend your approval in the first place. And if that's the case, this really has to be revisited for us. Okay? The availability of interim housing in Carson near the park is virtually
Madam Mayor, that's
none.
3 minutes.
And it is.
Just a second. Are you going to be speaking for quite a few people here?
It's a few more seconds.
No. If you are, I'm going to give you more time.
Well.
Say yes, Jeff. Say yes.
I guess so, yeah.
Everybody that he's speaking for, please stand, because you will not be given the opportunity to speak later.
Okay.
The entire audience.
They want me to read this. Here.
Okay.
Ready?
So just the people I have speaker cards for, because Mr. Jeff is speaking for you. You have 5 more minutes.
5 more? Okay. All right. So the project cannot be built unless the Imperial Avalon Mobile Home Park is closed, right? I said that. Mobile Home Park cannot be closed until all the conditions that are required by the City Council in granting your approval are satisfied. So one of the central conditions is the interim housing, all right? To allow the parts, housing, give me this. The interim housing in Carson near the park is defined in the resolution, all right? It's in paragraph 10. And it's described as interim housing specifically, and it's supposed to be located within the city of Carson and near the park. Now, the owner has conceded that there isn't enough interim housing. I already said that. And in other words, promising residents a place to live in 2 to 3 years from now doesn't mitigate the harm of losing our homes now. It actually adds to it. And unless we know where we're going, it doesn't adhere to what it was that you approved in the first place. Okay? In fact, and that's why I pose this question, if this interim housing wasn't part of, or the promise of interim housing wasn't part of the original resolution, would this have gone forward? So because these conditions aren't being met, you got to revisit this. And we're asking that you really do sit down and revisit what it is that's going on, not because of anything before, but because today there is not enough interim housing for these people in Carson near the park. It's a fact now. It's just, it has become self-evident. It's been said before, it's being said again. Now, it's self-evident, though. And we're asking that you revisit this. Like it's been said before, too, this evening. These are just facts. We're not coming out with, trying to make anybody's life miserable. Actually, it's our lives that were turned upside down by an agreement between you and the owner. So that's really all that we're asking. But it's important to understand, and I want to say this again, the interim period, the 2 to 3 years between the park being closed and us vacating the park and us coming back to live in these brand new places that are being provided for us by the owners, okay? That's, the second we walk out of those houses, we're done. We are now depending on the interim housing that was promised. And if it's not available, whether it's anybody's fault or not, it's not available. And it really does need to be looked at in terms of how it is you're going to compensate for that. You want to call it a problem that came up on its own? Fine, but you have to compensate for that. You got into this. Now you got to find a way out. And since, our part in this was actually just being there. So we don't have the power to do that. You guys do. All of you. And I think it's really time that it's looked at in terms of the people, and these are the people that are here that stood up and clapped and all of them. And this is the other half. This isn't the 100 that you've already helped. This is the other half. Sorry. This is the other half that just don't have a place to go. That's a big concern. It should be a big concern. Because like was said before too, housing is critically low, right? We all know that. We're all adults who read newspapers. Housing's low. It's a fact. Can't get around it. And if you've gotten into a project that has unfortunately sucked you into a problem like that, you're sort of responsible. We're not, I guess we would be responsible if somebody hit Valerie when she fell. That person would be responsible. Even if it was an accident. This was maybe an accident. But it's still a responsibility of the people who initiated, approved of, created the conditions for this project. Please revisit this because if you can't make it according to the conditions that are already stated, how can you go through with the second step of this, which is actually constructing the project? You got to have the foundation first. And that started with us. So I guess that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Hi, Mike. I'm going to ask our city attorney to address the interim housing issue. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just really important to clarify that Section 2.6 of the development agreement before the council clarifies that nothing in the development agreement is intended to supersede or negate the benefits committed to the park residents approved through the park relocation. So what that means is that the park owner has an independent obligation to comply with all of those relocation benefits before they can close the park. Obviously, if they can't close the park because they don't comply with those conditions, then they can't proceed to develop the project. So that's a really critical and important point that the residents need to understand. So if they can't find interim housing for the residents, then they can't they can't close the park. So once they issue that notice of intent to actually close the park, they have to work with every single one of you. They have to find solutions for you, because that document is enforceable. The city can enforce the relocation package. And I hope that helps a little bit. And obviously, they can't bring bulldozers in while residents are in there. They have to first close the park, then they can develop the park.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
I want to ask the city attorney a question on something she just said. So it begs the question, if this city council, majority of this city council tonight, approves the development agreement, which is what it's on the agenda, and it's the only thing on the agenda, are you saying that the development will not be developed because if the park doesn't close, right? Is that logical?
Absolutely. They first have to comply with the park closure requirements that are imposed up on them. There's a process they have to follow. They have to issue a notice of intent to close the park. There's state laws that they have to follow. And during that process, all the provisions of the benefit of the relocation benefits are fully enforceable, and they have to comply with it.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate that if this council approves the development agreement tonight, it doesn't affect the relocation agreement, and the owner of the park is obligated to the residents that live in the park to fulfill the relocation agreement. And they've publicly pledged that they will do that. And so it's conceivable that if this passes tonight, they may not close the park for some time. It might take longer than they anticipated, because they are obligated. They must fulfill their obligation to the residents. They said they would. The city will insist they do, and you, the residents of Carson, must insist they do as well. And so that's what you need. So I think we need to work together to make sure that every resident is protected. The 5 members of the city council, we represent you, the residents, and the developer, is going to keep their word, I believe, and we want to make sure that that happens, and we as a city will make sure that you, the residents, are protected. And since the developer says they're going to do what they're obligated to do, I will insist that everything be followed perfectly, and I will also pray that it happens. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. And to the residents, Tara Matthews is in the back. If you have some questions Tara, where are you? Well, I think everyone knows her. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jake, where are you, Jake? Stand up. Jake? Okay, Jake, did you stand to let someone speak on your behalf? The last time you don't get a chance to speak. Jake? Did you stand in support of Mr. Jeff having more time to speak? I think you did. Okay, he spoke for you. Jeff, you have 2 minutes in.
Okay, first of all, I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first public speech against an audience. But first, I'd like to reaffirm both of these issues with interim housing or even the budget of other housing. But apart from that, there is a reason why I am speaking. After all, there are many people that couldn't come here today, including my own grandma. And even if I was here to be there always to support my grandma, just remember, I'm a 19-year-old college student. I won't always be there for my own grandma. You probably know her as Leonora Robertson. And she'd like to tell me and she'd like to tell me to you, Jim Deere, she'd want you to help support her, as well as all of her friends in the community, to all of those who couldn't be able to come here and speak out their voices. I just like to, we all supported you. At least we all voted for you. And even you all go as far as to even make relationships with the people that are still here or couldn't even visit this meeting. And as a result, there has to be people like me to ensure that their voices are spoken. Of course, that won't always be the case, because there won't always be a person to represent their voices. Now, which therefore, even if the planning to go move out is an option, how are they going to get out if it's so hard for them to do it? If it's
finished, sir. Could you conclude your thoughts?
Even if you do have a plan to move out the people, it's going to be hard for some of them. Many of them may have suffered from strokes or even have recently been in accidents just like the one we saw earlier, which even my grandma last year went in, which I also had to speak.
Jake, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiana Kidd, did you stand? Where are you, Kiana? If you stood on behalf, and let Jeff speak for you. Kiana, you're not here? Monique Mackerson? Monique, did you stand? Monique, did you stand for Jeff to speak? No. You didn't? Come on, Monique. You have 3 minutes. You.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Monique Fisher, and I own Contented Nail Parlor here in Carson. My daughter and I have contributed unlimited support to our youth and the community as a whole. I support the development, and this is not to reject empathy on the current residents. I truly believe in the future of Carson and growing with the city of Carson. The development could help with the current housing crisis that the state is facing as a whole, as well as bring additional support to our small businesses. I believe in change, and change can sometimes be uncomfortable, but growth is imperative for everyone. And again, I would just like to ask that the developers do all that they promised and to continue to offer support to the residents that are still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Barry Spalding, did you stand? Barry? Barry, did you stand on behalf? Come on. No. Okay, thank you.
I'm Barry Spradling. I live on Grace Avenue. I'm right across the street from the mobile home park. And I've been there 33 years, so I've seen a lot, and they've been great neighbors. And I'm sad to see them go. But I'm coming from a place where that business has already been taken care of, and the developers are asking the people in my neighborhood what we want to see, what we want to wake up to and see in the mornings. You know, what kind of wall, what kind of this, but we're also worried about parking on our street because everybody uses our street as auxiliary parking from Neptune and even on 213th where there's very scant parking. And The thing I wanted to bring up is I like the signal on 213th, but if they're not stopping for the stop signs as it is, you need speed bumps in front where there's a signal. You need speed bumps in front of every stop sign because these people are not stopping. And the other thing is we want to see the entrance where they're showing it further down closer to Javelin, because we don't want the entrance kind of like clogging up the middle of the street, and it'll solve the problem of a lot of the people that park and get drunk and leave their empties there, and there's trash, and they're having sex, and they're leaving empties there too. And we're tired of it. And if we can put the entrance down on that end where they over closer to Javelin, that's sure gonna fix that problem right there, and the problem at the end of our street where people are always dumping big stuff. I'm the one that calls City Hall to get it squared away. So if we can just make those adjustments, I think we'll be good neighbors, because we got a lot of dog walkers. I'm a big walker. I know everybody around the block. It's my hamster wheel. You know, my house is my cage and the block is my hamster wheel. And I'm always walking, so I know everybody. And I can get all the signatures just on my street just for speed bumps, because we need them, whether their engineering thing that counts the traffic sees it or not. Just last night, guy in a Dodge just comes driving down there midnight and then does little circles over on 213th. You can always see the little donuts up and down there. So if the developers in this area are offering to put up speed bumps, by God, let's get them, because they're going to widen our street by 5 feet. That means now these guys are going to think they can race 2 cars down there. So anyway, I can't really get the rest of my neighbors to come out, but this is going to be my one time speaking up for it. So y'all better start coming to these things. So
Your 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can we ask the city manager to get the gentleman the application for speed humps?
Got it. Donald Garcia, where are you? You stand for Mr. Jeff? Okay. Don't know that guy? Yeah, right.
How you doing?
Hi,
Good afternoon.
Donald.
Or good evening now. Man, you guys. So, let's see. One on this. Definitely traffic's the issue, right? So let's look into that. I noticed that talking to Faring over here, he was recommending 2 of the people. One of them was Overland Pacific, and the other is RSG. I noticed that one of them's not here, but, you know, city lawyer over here, I believe she stated that it's best that we deal with one or the other, and I think, you know, with motions close to this, they should be both here, you know, all the time, just because the folks do have concerns and would like that. I also heard the city lawyer, right? Am I correct? You're the city attorney, I apologize. City attorney mentioned the enhanced option in September. Well, you can always do an enhanced option as well, or an enhanced option. You guys are more than capable of doing it. You know, the city is future unlimited, right? That means no boundaries. We can do anything, especially when the 405's here, the 110, the 710, right? We always publicize it, say it's a great opportunity to come here to this great city of ours that we love. Take care of us while we're here, while we're moving on, while we're coming through, commuting, everything, in every which way. Options were definitely put down, you know, for the folks of that good old gem that we're speaking about and what's holding us back some. But definitely, you know, I just want to mention that, you know, my 8th grade history teacher that was just covering for a little bit, you know, he said a great way to catch people's attention is, you know, you flap down this little flasher here when everybody's not paying attention, and that little flash indicating everything, you know, you'll catch their eye and they'll get some portion of at least that glamour in their eye, you know, of catching it, you know, and I just want you to understand that each and every one of these senior citizens here would like that. All of them taken care of to the highest expectations. Like I said before, you know, if it's not 100% you're taking care of them, it's 110%. That's just the way we do things in California, let alone Carson, California. Another thing is, you know, you just definitely want to take care of that interim housing that they had tons of questions about, you know. It's taken up tons of time because of it, so if we can do that, be great. Other than that, thank you for your time. You have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Rick Polito, you have a couple of items up to speak, but we're in open on items 32 and 33. You want to speak on those now?
Cover my other ones while I'm here, too, real quickly.
3 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Carson City Council, and to our residents out there in TV land. Feliz Navidad, happy holidays, happy Kwanzaa, and happy Hanukkah. I'm Rick Polito, longtime environmentalist, mental health advocate, block captain, and family man. I first wanted to say, before I get into 32 and 33, which are flawed projects just out the gates, please, City Manager, if you could let me know what happened to Cesar Chavez's portrait. It used to be right by my brother's Martin Luther King's right center, and now it's way at the end, tucked away. And
Mr. Polito,
we
this
need
is
to
the public
change that.
hearing on 32 and 33.
Yes, I'm going to talk about it. I have 3 minutes. Don't interrupt me, please.
32 and 33.
Excuse me, 32 and 33, you're interrupting me. Give me 10 more seconds. The CRA needs to be audited. Sonny, I know, is investigating that, so please finish that. You don't have DEI going on properly there, diversity and equity and inclusion. We need other folks besides all African Americans. I said that before, and I'm going to remind you. My brothers are great, and sisters doing a good job, but we need to get some folks out there, Samoans, some Latinos, and some other folks of color. Mobile home zoning ordinance, you've been hearing about it for a year now. You hear the people today, they are fed up. We need to get that ordinance out here, and let's talk about it first of the year. That's dragging your feet again, Mayor, and I don't appreciate that. My Polito's Commission Reform Ordinance that was started on February, I know Sonny and Dave are working diligently on this. I expect something by the first of the year to be done on that, the unprofessionalism, the way you remove myself personally and other commissioners. I'd like to say thank you to the City Clerk's office for their great work, Joy, Melissa, and Sandy for giving me my public information, and keep up the good work. And I'd like to say real quickly that at this point, it's very flawed. You don't have the right on 32 and 33, now I'm talking about. This was done during the pandemic, and we rushed to judgment when we did this. A lot of folks are out here, like you said, are suffering. They're dying, literally. I mean, come on, City Council, wake up. This is your wake-up call. This is your opportunity to change the course. Don't let this Fairing Capital Group come in here and just strong-arm our city. They've already created an eyesore over there at South Bay, Union Station. Why don't we have the Union State open up all those empty apartments over there and let the residents live there for the next couple of years? You have a lot of vacancies over there. So let's fill them up with our families right here, the ones that are suffering, the ones that need it more than anybody. Also, I want to say the flawed report on EIR, to this day, I don't know how that passed, but during the pandemic and we had COVID and it was rough. Saeed did a poor job on that. He should be reprimanded for that. And the same thing with JR with the CRA. I do not appreciate it. Yes, I do not appreciate what's going on. And you guys, please wake up now, because there's recalls being talked about because of the poor leadership that we have. And so I'll leave you with this last thought, and that is to remember.
Time is up, Mr. Polito.
Thank you very much. Let me finish my thought like you let other people finish their thought.
Time is up, Mr. Polito.
Thank you very much. And I say God bless Carson, God bless our residents, and God bless my imperial residents here. These folks are the folks that count. We're standing for you, the whole city's standing for you, and we will be here for you. We promise. We will not let you down. We will change this up if we have to, because of you great residents. Shame on the mayor and a few others. So thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year's.
Thank you. Peggy Anderson. Peggy?
ready to go? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Speak a little, put it closer to you.
I have a little balance problem, so my husband's with me. We purchased a coach in Imperial Mobile Estates back in July of '99. After doing some remodeling, we moved in October of '99 with a space rent of $262.95 per month, including security. Utilities were billed separately. We now pay $412.45 per month. Space rent as my most recent rent statement of December 1st, 2022. That represents a total monthly increase of $149.50 over 23 years that we have been there. The reason I mention this is because the city of Carson has been under rent control for many years. Effective April 2018, the city made changes to the ordinance and provided park owners an automatic annual rent increase of 75% of the difference of the current CPI over that of the previous rent increase. To date, Imperial Avalon LLC has not applied for nor has requested such an increase. We are paying the same rate of rent today that we did prior to April 2018. That's nearly 5 years of stable rent. Further, when compared to other rents outside of Carson, parks similar to ours charge $1,200 to $1,500 per month or more for space rent. Considering having to pay nearly $1,000 more than our current space rent, I personally have saved well over $200,000 in the past 22 years that I have lived there. On August 22nd, 2019, we received a memo or letter from the office of Imperial and Avalon stating that the park would be taken over by Imperial Avalon LLC effective Monday, March 26th, 2019, but that the current office staff at Imperial Avalon Mobile Estates would be maintained. On August 26th, a letter from Rick Jong on behalf of the former park owners confirmed that the park was indeed sold on that date with the new owners operating as Imperial Avalon LLC. As a resident and president of the Imperial Avalon Mobile Estates HOA, I requested through the office the name, address, and business telephone number of the current or new park owners as per the MRL, Mobile Home Residency Law, Section 798.28, provided this information be disclosed within 10 days of the request. That information was promptly provided. Beginning in September of 2019, I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Darren Embry, a representative of the new park owner, Imperial Avalon LLC. The city of Carson's park closure ordinance was
Ma'am, your
reviewed.
time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Time is
Anyway,
up.
I'm all for the change. The city needs it. Housing is,
Are you guys gonna put your time together? If you put your time together, we'll give you another minute and 30 seconds.
okay.
Put your time together, Peggy.
Okay.
You have 2 more minutes.
All right. I did not disrespect anyone, please.
Peggy,
Allow me.
let's start her 2 minutes now.
Okay, I got 2 more. Thank you. Anyway, the HOA conducted a few meetings at the clubhouse.
Not listening to you.
Keep the residents
Not
abreast.
listening. You said 3 minutes.
No, she has 2 minutes. She's speaking for her husband.
Oh.
I didn't hear it.
Please. All right.
Peggy, go on and finish your thought. You have 2 minutes.
The HOA conducted a few meetings at the clubhouse to keep the residents abreast of the timeline of the park closure. One specific meeting was on October 15, 2019, at which time not all residents were happy. The residents and advocates from other parks, both inside and outside of Carson, showed up at the meeting, and some caused disruptions. We hired an attorney, but they did nothing more than interpret the documentation and inform us of our options, something the city and Imperial Avalon LLC were already doing at no charge. By March 15th, of course, the pandemic closed down the clubhouse, so we didn't have many meetings. We resigned as members of the HOA, and the new board immediately took became available, of which we took no part. The city of Carson is changing. New housings are being built. Businesses are coming in. People should welcome the positive change. The anticipated project at 1207 Avalon will enhance those changes. Retail businesses pay taxes. Residents purchase property and goods and pay taxes. Taxes support the community. Imperial Avalon LLC is a development company, and the project they're proposing for the city of Carson can enhance these opportunities will contribute over $30 million to the economic and fiscal benefits to Carson and its residents and businesses. The park owner process meets the city park closure ordinance requirements. That's enough. Okay. Anyway, I'm all for it.
Peggy.
What happens? Let it go.
Thank you, Peggy. Your time is up.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Our final card we have, let's be respectful, folks. Hello, hello. The final card is Ray Aldridge. Ray?
Hi, my name is Ray Aldridge. I'm a Carson resident, homeowner, and business owner. I first would apologize to the people that are unhappy about the deal that they're being presented. That has nothing to do with what I'm here for, because I'm here actually to support the new homeowner, the new project that's going on. Being a resident since 1975 here, I've raised a family here. I have a daughter that went to school here and now she moved out of state, now she's back. Unfortunately, our Carson city the population growth has outpaced the housing market here. And just as the residents are attesting to, it's very expensive here. My daughter was looking for a one-bedroom apartment, and it's like over $3,000. We have a 27-acre project that has 228 houses on it, or spaces on it, that is proposed that the first proposal was that we put about 2,200 units on that property. That was, to me, overcrowdingness. Then they reduced it down to about 1,200. That was still a little high. Then they reduced it to 1,100, around 1,100, and so that's pretty much just right for the 27 acres that it takes up. So with the housing shortage as it is, basically it seems like the whole city would welcome new projects like this. And Faring has been an excellent partner for the city. As most of you know, this is not their only project in the city, and they've done more, way more than other companies that have come in here. Other housing project developers has come in and they throw up 300 units or 50 units or whatever, and then they move on. Faring has been here for the long haul. They're trying to work with the residents. It's not going to be a win-win for everybody, but they're trying to do the best they can to satisfy everyone. So basically, and I understand there are some problems and some hiccups in the negotiations, but there's no way that anybody sitting here could say that we don't need more housing in Carson. With rents at $3,000 for a one-bedroom apartment, that's ridiculous. We definitely need something that would be more affordable for our residents, whether you're new residents like whether you're a new resident or a resident that's been here for their whole life like my daughter. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ray. Because we opened up items number 32 and 33, I'm going to have staff to do a report on item number 33, and then we will be voting after we have hear from the developer, and then we'll go into the, discussion and deliberation. So, Mr. Saeed, item number 33.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a continuation of my presentation. This is a project location. We saw this map before. Basically, the Planning Commission certified and approved the environmental impact report, the site plan and design review, and the vesting tentative track map. They also made a recommendation of approval for City Council to consider the specific plan, the development agreement, the general plan amendment, and the zone change. Council will also be making and ratifying, affirming the CEQA findings for the certification of the EIR. As it was stated before, the relocation impact report number 05-20 was approved in July of 7th, 2020. And the mobile home park closure is not a part of this project. That's before the City Council tonight. The closure will occur regardless of whether or not the project is approved. Upon review of the CEQA alternative, staff picked alternative number 3, which is the reduced density and sensitive transition alternative. Staffs recommend this alternative because it reduces the total number of units by 98. It proposes detached townhomes along the western property line, which is on Grace Street. It also provides a 15-foot landscape buffer walkway along Grace Street. And there were a couple of comments made that the street is going to be widened. That's not correct. Actually, the parkway is going to be widened from 10 feet to 15 feet to have a meandering walkway along Grace Street, along the project boundary. There are also publicly accessible open space added to Avalon Boulevard, and I'll have other slides that show these in more detail. The apartment building heights were reduced by 2 stories, and the gated entries at Grace Avenue access eliminates additional traffic from the apartment buildings to go through Grace Avenue. So these 2 site plans show the original project that was considered under the EIR, which has 1,213 units. That's the one on the left. On the right is the alternative 3, which is 1,115 units. You can see on the right side, you can see the detached townhomes that are along Grace Street. We prefer that to the original project because that one had larger buildings, which had several units in each along Grace Avenue. We believe that the scale and the transition is much better with this alternative, starting with the apartments along Avalon Boulevard, going to a lower density townhomes. They're all 3 stories attached, and then transitioning into the 3-story detached townhomes. This shows the east neighborhood and the west neighborhood. The east neighborhood is the 2 apartment buildings that total 764 units, and the west neighborhood is the townhomes. The attached townhomes are 323 units, and the detached townhomes, there are 28 of them along Grace Avenue. I'm sorry. The 2 apartment buildings include 681 non-age restricted units and 83 units marketed to seniors and veterans. If the applicant is unsuccessful in marketing those units to seniors and veterans, the development agreement has provisions in there that the developer will pay additional fees to the city. There's a 10,000 square foot restaurant, an outdoor seating area, and also 22,000, almost 23,000 publicly accessible park along Avalon. Previously, that was interior to the site, and we moved it to Avalon to complement actually another project that we were working on across the street that has a park along Avalon as well.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. I know we were going to wait till the end, but something you just said about on Avalon Park, could you put the map back up?
Sure.
Show us where that restaurant is and where the park is.
So if you can see my marker, that's the park. Right around here, and that's the restaurant area as well. The outside seating area for the restaurant is actually kind of mixed in. It's in one area. It's not really mixed in. They're separate, and the restaurant is in the front as well.
I see. Thank you very much.
The West neighborhood has 351 units. I mentioned that with 28 detached, and rest of them are attached townhomes. This breaks down the bedroom count for each product type. The apartments are between 552 square feet to 1,246 square feet. And most of the units, as you can see, are one-bedroom units with 61% of them, and 30% of them are two-bedroom, and the rest are studios. The townhomes, the size is kind of the pick up where the apartments leave off, between 1,200 and 1,800 square feet. And majority of the units are three-bedroom, 51%, and 38% are two-bedroom, and the rest are four-bedroom or one-bedroom. This slide shows the open space for each unit. I won't go into the details of each number. Publicly accessible open space for the project as a total is 111,000 square feet. The park is 23,000 square feet almost. It'll have shade structures, seating areas, walking paths, and children's play areas. The private open spaces have swimming pools, shaded lounge areas, fire features, BOSI courts, and enhanced paving. So this shows the apartments a little bit in more detail. On the top, the private courtyards for the apartment building. Those are the four areas for this apartment building. They also have a private open space with pool, deck, fitness areas. And also, this shows again the publicly accessible park, and this is the amenity for the other apartment building. This slide shows the entire West neighborhood, which is all townhomes. Again, the publicly accessible public areas are here. In these areas, in these walkways that the residents can walk around, and also has seating areas and fire features to relax. There's a private open space area or the rec area for the townhomes only. This is the main entry to the site. So let me back up and. So this is the townhome rec area, which is directly visible as you drive into the project site. It will have nice architectural feature that you can see as a nice entry to the project. Oops. There's some vehicular gates that have been added. And these are the locations along in the interior, and there's the gate, the exterior along Grace Avenue. And that's the enhanced 15-foot walkway along Grace Avenue. And the project has dedicated 5 feet along that property line to have that enhanced parkway. has been conditioned to dedicate it, I'm sorry. These are the renderings for the project. That's the main entry that I talked about. You can see the clubhouse in the background, and the restaurant is on this side, and the park is beyond that. And this is just another view from Avalon. These are the renderings of the attached townhomes on the left and the detached townhomes on the right. So the next series of slides, we'll go through the details of the development agreement. In total, there's a development agreement fee that the developer has agreed to pay, and that equals to over $30 million. These funds can be used by the city for park, recreational open space site acquisition, building of facilities and maintenance of facilities. Also, we can use the funds for city infrastructure improvements, maintenance and upgrades to facilities, and community recreational benefits and subsidies. This is the schedule that the project will have to make their payments to the city. The first payment is due to the city in amount equal to $300,000. That's due on the effective date of the DA, which is shortly after the approval of the development agreement. Before the developer can move any dirt for the construction of their project, they have to pay $5 million to the city. Also, the next payment is $5 million that they have to pay prior to issuance of the first building permit for the townhome. The next payment would be $4 million prior to issuance of the 50th townhome. And the next payment is $2.7 million payable upon the prior to issuance of the 150th townhome. The apartments will make payments of $4 million, two $4 million payments, and another $5 million payment. First $4 million is due prior to issuance of the first building permit, or the building permit for the first apartment building, and the second $4 million is due upon the issuance of building permit for the second apartment building, and the $5 million is due 6 months after folks have occupied the first apartment building, basically. I should go back to the $5 million prior to issuance of the building permits. The council has option to use these funds in addition to the purposes that I mentioned in the previous slide, to use for low-income housing and maintenance and upgrade and assistance with preservation of existing mobile home parks.
Saeed.
Yes.
I didn't hear you mention, because I had met with the developer about including $300,000 in there for. Is that what that says?
Yes. Maybe I didn't go into the detail of what it's for. I apologize.
You said it?
I did? Okay.
Okay, I missed it because I wondered, my ears tuned up. It's $300,000 for youth uniforms. I think that's very important for our kids. So thank you for including that in the agreement as we discussed. Thank you very much. Just for uniforms.
The development agreement also has additional community benefits. All the publicly accessible and privately maintained open areas for a total of 111,000 square feet will be accessible to all city residents between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. There's also a commitment from the developer to build a pedestrian bridge over Torrance Lateral to the district at South Bay, connecting the project site and also the Civic Center or downtown area to the Country Mart in cells 3, 4, and 5 and 157 acres. And that bridge is accessible to the public at all times. Another community benefit for the project is provision of affordable housing. We have a menu of choices basically to satisfy this requirement. There's 125 units of affordable housing that's required for the site. The developer can either provide it on-site or provide a new off-site on a new site and new construction, or they could buy an existing building and convert the units to deed-restricted affordable housing units. And basically, the breakdown is 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, almost for the extremely low, very low, and low income categories. That's pretty significant because most of the time the city doesn't get the lower income category affordable units. In addition, there's another choice that they can pay an in lieu fee equal to $11.61 per square foot of project's gross residential floor area. So that includes the townhomes as well as the apartments. Or they could use any combination of the above to meet the affordable housing requirement. In addition, there are enhanced sustainability environmental benefits for the project, including solar panels on the rooftops for the apartments, additional EV charging stations in excess of what the code requires, mechanical dwelling unit systems, and light occupancy sensors. In addition, there's a public art fee of 1% of the project's total building valuation, which could be significant. There'll be a new traffic signal placed at the project entry on Avalon Boulevard, and we've also negotiated with the developer for them to pay the city or pay towards the Avalon and I-405 interchange landscape improvements. If council recalls, we had a project when we were doing the Carson Street master plan to improve the interchange landscaping for both Carson and Avalon on 405, but we ran out of funds and we could not finish those with the Carson Street master plan project. So there's a condition for this $1 million that the city contribute or another developer contribute $1 million as well towards the improvement of this interchange, and then the developer will match that. There's also a condition for the project to connect to recycled water or Purple Line, basically. There's currently no recycled water infrastructure close to the site. So when it's available in the future, they're required to tap into it. We wanted to make sure that this area, which is in Caltrans right away, the city went in and planted some tall shrubs along this edge to kind of protect the mobile home park a few years ago. And we've required the applicant to build a wall and landscaping. So we'll have to work with them and Caltrans to make sure that that gets done in a timely manner. The streetscape is very important for these type of high-density mixed-use projects. This is the Union South Bay. What you see out there is about 16 feet wide, and the project will match that and exceed that up to 21 feet of walkway and landscaping area between the curb and the buildings.
I'm sorry, how many feet wide is the Union South Bay?
16 feet.
15?
16.
16 feet. That's from the curb to the wall?
Yeah, exactly. We talked about the Grace Avenue improvements, the 5-foot widening, and the enhanced walkway. There'll be bike lane improvements along 213th Street. That pretty much sums up my staff report. On the development agreement, that there were a few items that were on the schedule of payments. The one that was on the slide, there were some slight changes compared to what was distributed on the agenda packet. So when making the motion should include those if council agrees with staff. With that, staff recommends adoption of ordinance 22-2221 and 22-2222, as well as resolution number 22-243. Concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Is there any questions from my colleagues? This is questions for staff, not a debate, just questions about.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you for that report. Can you go back? Was there anything about public art? Did I hear something about public art in there?
Yes. There is a requirement for the developer to pay a 1% public art fee. That's 1% of the building valuation of the entire project.
And I'm more concerned with the ramp that we're talking about from the 405 freeway with the wall and some greenscape in there. I'm trying to figure if there could be an area for public art, because I know there might have been some discussion back when we first did the 405 freeway and trying to revitalize that area to at least maybe start that process in that area with some type of public art as you come in off the 405 freeway or going on to the 405 freeway area.
Exactly. As you're coming off the freeway, that area is very visible.
The elevation is quite low. Councilman, it's very low
build it up.
Compared to
just build it up.
When you're driving off, you can see the tops of the trees, but you can't see the ground. Driving off the off ramp.
Well, yeah, you're correct, but there can be some we want to make sure that as you get off the freeway, you know you're coming to Carson, yes. And it's an entry statement, basically. So that's what we're going to try to do, given the grading and the existing situation that's out there.
Well, the segue on Councilman Hicks' question, you're going to have a wall there, a wall that doesn't exist today, right?
That's correct.
That wall is going to be a safety barrier in case someone drives off the freeway. It's going to be a sound barrier as well.
Exactly. Mind you, the apartment building is going to be 4 or 5 stories tall, so we're not going to have a wall that's that tall, obviously. But it will do everything that you just mentioned, Councilman Deere.
Madam Mayor, if the councilman is complete, I have a couple questions.
Councilman Deere.
Okay. So the entrance to the apartment complex is about centered between 213th and the 405 freeway, a little south of center. Is it going to be, is it going to be coordinated with the development across the street, the Don Cott property?
Absolutely, yeah. The entry that you see for this project,
yes.
The entry for that project will be right there, exactly lining up. So they'll be using the same traffic light.
Well, that makes sense to do that, because I wouldn't want to have 2 traffic lights in that short stretch of Avalon
Exactly.
Boulevard. Okay, so the next question is, the gentleman from Grace Avenue, he talked about moving the entrance where it shows it on the map now to correspond to Javelin Street.
Yeah.
Is the developer willing to do that?
I think so. We need to look at it and see if it poses any other issues.
If you look to your left, you'll see the developer.
Are they nodding their head?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, I mean, that makes sense to do that. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the next question. Well, actually, the next question I'll reserve for a little bit later after the other questions are asked.
Any more more questions for staff. Already heard, yes.
I did have another question. To staff, was there any discussion in regards to solar panel or solar for the apartment buildings?
Absolutely. That was part of the development agreement that they would provide solar panels on top of the apartment buildings.
Okay, because I know that based upon non-use of gas in new development and everything needs to be electric, and I know that the grid is being challenged even this past year, and as we're closer to 2030 with cars not being electric, we're able to accommodate that by having some other type of source of electricity available to those residents.
Absolutely. The developer can go into the details, but initially they've committed to put so many square feet, and in the future they're willing to do that too. They're everything is going to be pre-wired, so they can just install the panels.
Any more questions? You staff, now we'll hear from, because the public hearing is open on both items, the applicant, if you would like to do a presentation. Would you like to have a few words?
Said did such a thorough description of the project that if it pleases the mayor, I'd like to just make a couple of quick statements and then just open up for questions
That's
for me and
fine.
my team. A couple of quick statements are, there's no one been more involved with the relocation of the residents than me, and we obviously pledge to fulfill every requirement of the resolution. So I just wanted to make that clear for the council tonight. Also, the project included, as Said mentioned, improvements to the off-ramp at the 405. Maybe that's a place that we could designate some of the art fee to go to improving that wall, beautifying it to the councilman's recommendation. We're happy to relocate the entrance to Javelin. Thought it might warrant a little bit of study just with Public Works to make sure that it makes sense, and but we will be happy to do that. And this will be the largest offering or provision of photovoltaic solar panels any residential project in Carson's history. We're providing 35,000 square feet of rooftop solar with an additional up to 20,000 feet ready to expand if the need requires. So with that, and if it pleases the mayor, we'll be available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Closing comments from staff? No closing
Madam
comments?
Mayor, I have a question after, actually, it's not on this agenda item, but I have a question relevant to tonight's meeting. I'll ask it a little later.
Thank you.
No further questions. The public hearing is closed. Council deliberation.
Madam Mayor,
PT.
Of course, we all, of course, empathize with the residents, but that's not what's before us tonight. As I look at this premier development, I was reminded of when I was driving to, I think it's called 5 Acre in Irvine, the amphitheater. As you're drive up, some of those renderings look like those homes as you're driving up the hill. And I'm excited to have something come in my community like that, and to have the developer do $30 million in the development agreement. $300,000 for the residents is a plus, but more for infrastructure for me and repairing our city and all of those things. So I'd like to adopt resolution number 22-242. I'd like to make a motion, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, ratifying and affirming the CEQA findings and actions of the Planning Commission related to the certification of environmental impact report, schedule number 20210101116, with respect to approval of vestings tentative track map number A3157 and making finding pursuits to CEQA guidelines, Section 15162-15164, and 2, modifying pursuant to Carson Municipal Code, Section 917.34. C2B, the decision of the Carson Planning Commission adopting Planning Commission Resolution number 22-24 with respect to the conditions of approval of vesting tentative track map number 83157 related to a 1,115 unit mixed-use development referred to as the Imperial Avalon Mixed-Use Project. That's number 32. I'll make that motion first, if I can get a second.
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 Moved and properly second. Can we vote on them at the same time? Go to 33.
I would like to also include that, I guess, in the motion. I would like to waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-243, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, making, ratifying, and affirming the CEQA findings and actions of the Planning Commission related to the certification of the Environmental Impact Report, SCH number 20210101116, with respects to the approval of the General Plan Amendment number 10519 and approving and adopting General Plan Amendment number 105-19 to change the project site general plan land use designation from regional commercial and low-density residential to urban residential for a 1,115-unit mixed-use development referred to as the Imperial Avalon Mixed-Use Project, and introduce the first reading by title only with full reading waived and ordinance number 22-2221, an uncodified ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, making, ratifying, affirming the CEQA findings and actions of the Planning Commission related to the certification of the Environmental Impact Report, schedule number 20210101116, with respect to approval of specific plan number 21-19, Imperial Avalon specific plan, and zone change number 188-19, approving the Imperial Avalon specific plan, space number 21-19, subject to the conditions of approval, and approving zone change number 188-19, and changing the project site zoning from commercial automotive and RM8D to specific plan, Imperial Avalon specific plan zoning for a 1,115-unit mixed-use development referred to as the Imperial Avalon Project, and introduced for first reading by title only with the full reading waived, and ordinance 22-22, an uncodified ordinance of the City of Carson, California, making, ratifying, and affirming the CEQA findings and actions of the Planning Commission related to the certification of Environmental Impact Report, schedule number 20210101116, with respect to approval of development agreement number 2319 and approving development agreement number 23-19 between the City of Carson and Imperial Avalon LLC for the proposed mixed-use project at 21207 Avalon Boulevard.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any, yes. Oh, we had some addition, I think.
Yes, as for the development agreement as amended by staff during the presentation, which is a slide before.
As amended by staff
Yes.
during the presentation from the staff.
Thank you.
It's been moved
I
and
concur
properly
with that
second.
as a seconder.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any deliberation from City Council?
Yes, under discussion.
Councilman.
Thank you. The developer is obligated to pay development fees to the city where the construction takes place. These fees must be paid before the project can open for business. In this case, those fees, I'd like it outlined how much money is going to go to the city in development fees. Staff could answer that question. I'm assuming both figures would be exactly the same.
The development agreement fee, which is a combination of a development CFD and DIF fees, is just over $30 million. For
30 is 30?
30.
Over $30 million.
Yeah, just over. And this is the schedule that they'll be paying during the construction of the project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions, Councilman?
No, I'm complete.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, our city attorney, for everyone that worked on this project. Thank you to the developers for coming to our great city and giving us something that we've been long looking for. So thank you very much. Yes.
If I may thank Gina Gusar, who's our consultant. She helped me quite a bit in reviewing this project, and without her help, I couldn't have done it. Also, Ben Jones was very helpful, in this project. I would like to thank him too.
Thank you very much to all involved. This has been a labor of love, so thank you very much. And now
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question. I would like the primary representative of Fairing Company and, of course, Avalon LLC to come to the microphone. Oh, they're looking at each other. Who's the top guy there?
Councilman, you have to settle for me, but our Chief Investment Officer, Brendan Collar, is also here.
Yeah. Okay, now it looks like your project is moving forward, and I wanted to ask you about something now this vote's taking place. As you can see, and you already know this, but as people can see in this room, there's somewhat of a disconnect with some of the residents, and there's tremendous amount of stress and discord. So the city's interested in reducing that. So what I would like you to do is consider the fact that the relocation agreement was approved in 2021. And inflation has really hit skyrocketed in America. That being the case, your company consider increasing some of the interim housing support based on CPI, Consumer Price Index, because I know that in 2001 you might have been able to rent a two-bedroom apartment, small apartment, for the amount of money they're paying in rent plus $1,000 that you're generously offered. But that's not really the case any longer. I would say a two-bedroom apartment in Carson would be $2,000 plus. So that would be something I would be asking your company to look at, to see if you can look at the Consumer Price Index inflation, because you see, it's difficult for people on low income that are fixed income residents to get a place, as you can see. So something I'd like your company to consider, and what do you think? I know you can't say yes now, but you can say yes tomorrow. Okay.
I would just want to point out, in reference to the September 9, 2021 letter, we have actually made offers to enhance folks' benefits based on need, and there have been folks that have come to us and RSG, income qualified, and there have been additional funds provided to them. So we have been open door policy from day one. And we probably, it sounds well advised to schedule another meeting with the residents, maybe before we issue the 6-month notice, to make sure that they're all up and current and in full understanding of what the options are for them.
Okay, I'm very glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, to Darren, I'd ask that the developer negotiate some extra benefits. Madam City Attorney, could you address those? Because I had requested that some extra benefits be discussed.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you for raising the issue. Yes, we have, and I'm glad Mr. Emery is standing here. We have been in negotiations with them for the last few months to assess whether the park owner is willing to voluntarily provide free rents to the residents. And I'm happy to report that I think the park owner has agreed to start a free rent program starting January 1. And the way it would work is everyone starting January 1 can stay in their unit, basically free of rent. But we're trying to work out the wrinkles or the details, because the park owner wants the residents to pay that rent, but they would hold it in a separate escrow. And once they reach an agreement and upon vacating the park, they would get the money that they've paid for the rent during that time period back. And we had originally tried to convince the park owner to just waive the rent. Their concern is that if they just rent it, then it really doesn't incentivize anyone to ever leave the park. So they've agreed to abate the rents, basically. So they start, and that program starts January 1st. But once they issue their notice of intent to close the park, then it's only extended for 6 more months. So the way it would work, if January 1st they issue the notice of intent, then residents get free rents for 6 months. If they issue the notice of intent in March, then residents get 9 months of free rents. Does that make sense? And I think they have also agreed to provide 3 months of free rent in the new project if any resident chooses option C and moves back, and they would give them 3 additional months of free rent. Did I capture it?
Yes, and we'll put it in a certified letter to the residents in the coming, first months of 2023.
And I think it would be very wise for the council to hold another workshop for the residents to explain these new additional benefits. I wish the residents were here to hear this. And I think one thing I heard from Councilman Deere that hopefully gets incorporated to the additional benefits is that the $1,000 and the $1,600 interim housing subsidy commitments are increased by CPI from 2021 to now, whatever that amount is.
We can absolutely reissue that, September 9, that enhanced benefits letter and make accounting for that, if that pleases the council.
Well, I want to say thank you because this has been a long, and for the enhancements and for the youth sports programs and for that $30 million that's going to be paid. So this has been a labor of love, and it's been a long process, but I'm confident that you will stay true to your word.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate you being here this evening. I appreciate how you worked with the city and work with the staff on this project, and we're excited about it. I know everyone isn't, but change is difficult, so thank you. MPT.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say to the residents, you've often said you had an open door policy, and anyone felt as if they were being slighted in such a way, if you could make up the difference, to call you. So I want to urge all the residents to reach out to Darren Embry or to my sister over here. What's your name? Tell me one more time. Tara Matthews, to make sure that you guys are getting your fair shake. And I'm excited about all this infrastructure that's coming to District 1. Sorry, it's the mighty D1. So it's mighty because we have $8 billion worth of infrastructure coming here. So this is exciting, and I look forward to all of that good stuff that's happening, to the restaurant, to the park, to all of that. So congratulations on your approval tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be talking.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, did you say something? Oh, Councilwoman. Did you wake up?
Congratulations. Looking forward to this beautiful project. It's time, and happy that it will be while I am on board. And so don't forget about the pet-friendly restaurants. Thank you, and looking forward. Congratulations.
And one thing I want to clarify.
I want to see that menu.
Yeah, I want to clarify. I've had a couple of residents to say this, and Darren or Brendan, the union is 98% occupied. Is that not true?
Union South Bay,
Union South Bay.
98% occupied.
I thought. I've been hearing people say it was vacant, and that is 98% with a waiting list. The Evolve that's on Del Amo, I just visited yesterday, 96%. 96 with a waiting list. So, you know, I know a lot of residents are saying that the rents are high, but when you have to tour these facilities to understand what the amenities are. So I wanted to clarify that. It's not vacant. The retail is vacant. I know you're working on that, but the apartments are 98% filled.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
To the applicant, I just want to say congratulations on your vote. Just keep in mind to the residents who are being displaced and what's going on with them mentally and how they emotionally addressing this issue. But hopefully you can stay as true to your word as you said that you will make sure you make them whole. But I did like what our city attorney said, and those that are listening at home, if you're not receiving the right type of services that you think you should be receiving, please contact our city attorney here at City Hall so that they can be addressed, so that we can continue to be an advocate for you and making sure that what you are receiving is what we promised for you when we did this in the beginning. So I just want to say that I know it's hard. Change is always difficult for people. And when you're of a certain age, it's even more harder to deal with. And if you have any ailment or ill issues, it's even harder on top of that. So with that being said, I just want to say congratulations on that to this entire council. Congratulations on moving this city forward. And I look forward to seeing this project built in the city of Carson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Now we're going to go back to item number 30. It's a special order today. It's a public hearing to consider substantial amendments to the 2022-23 and 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant CDBG Annual Action Plan. Madam City Clerk, was the notice probably, a public hearing noticed properly?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The notice of public hearing has been given pursuant to applicable law, including but not limited to proof of timely publication received by my office. The posting requirements were met for individuals and organizations. The posting affidavits are on file in the city clerk's office, and we did not receive any written communication for this.
Thank you. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. This item is regarding substantial amendment to CDBG and CDBG COVID. For CDBG, it's the 22-23 action plan that we're proposing an amendment. And also for CDBG COVID, it's the 2019-20 action plan that is being proposed to be amended. The CDBG 22-23 annual action plan, there's approximately $863,000 of CDBG funds that were underspent during COVID, and they're available for reallocation. Staff is recommending that we reallocate the entire fund, this fund, to the NPP program. We currently have $233,000 allocated to this program. So the total would become almost $1.1 million. So let me just go through, kind of give you a little bit background on the NPP program. So this is for this year. $187,000 have been spent for completed projects.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, and so could Kevin put this on the screen?
No, this one's on.
Was on the screen, then it dropped off. Got a crink in our neck.
Should I move on?
Blank screen.
Oh, there it is. All right, great. So $187,000 have been spent on, these are completed projects, NPP projects. There are projects totaling about $166,000 for that the construction is in process. About $95,000 worth of projects, bids have been completed and they're ready to start construction. About $100,000 worth of projects have been out, they're out to bid. We're soliciting bids from contractors. $95,000, we're getting ready to go out to bid. So those are about $643,000 in CDBG funds that are already committed to projects. And then you compare that to the existing allocation of $233,000 and the requested reallocation by action tonight, hopefully, is $863,000. That leaves about $453,000 for our projects. And we have 25 applicants that are already pre-qualified or pre-approved to use those funds. So it's a very popular program, and that's why we're recommending we put that entire amount into the NPP program. Next one is the CDBG COVID program. We received about $1.1 million from the federal government on these for COVID purposes. There's about $233,000 unexpended COVID-related business assistance program that we have not been able to provide or give away to the businesses. And we like to kind of make use of those funds, because if you don't use them, we're going to lose them. So our recommendation is to take about $60,000 of it and dedicate it to homeless prevention programs provided by Family Promise of South Bay, and also use about $173,000 to a new COVID-related residential rehab program. And this rehab program, the focus is for heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems, windows, doors, and roofing, and mold abatement. And the primary recipients or clients for this program would be mobile home park residents. So hopefully that's going to reduce also our reliance on CDBG funds that we just mentioned, that is very popular. So this is our recommendation that completes staff's report.
Madam Mayor.
Was there any public comments on this item?
Not for item 30. Madam Mayor, we didn't receive.
Question for my colleagues.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just have for staff, going back to the slide that you had for the unspent funds, and you wanted to put $173 million into the neighborhood rehab program. My concern is, have all the businesses been identified or been contacted who may still be in need? And the reason why I asked that question, I received several calls within this week of 2 businesses that are well known in the community who are on the verge of closing their doors by the end of this year. And I just don't want us not to have the funds available. My request would to at least keep $500,000 available to those businesses that are still in our city that still need to get some assistance because of COVID.
Okay, so the money that's available for business assistance program, right now, the balance is $233,000.
That's currently in that account now?
That's currently what we have. So we're recommending to reallocate that amount. Now, the reason that we have those funds unexpended is because the federal government has very stringent guidelines to qualify for these funds. They have to prove to the city, and we have to document that they have actually lost revenue because of COVID compared to when COVID first started. So that's becoming harder and harder to do for businesses because the period has been so prolonged. That doesn't mean that there aren't businesses out there that are suffering. It just means that it's becoming very harder, to prove that their business went down because of COVID. That's mainly because the main reason behind, the reason we haven't been able to spend those funds. But that said, we have, the council has approved the business assistance program, small business assistance program. We could direct them that way if the council would like us to do that, or we could leave a little bit of the money in that $233,000 in the business assistance program.
Councilman, can I ask a question and then give it floor back to you, to the mayor? The 25 pre-approved businesses, that is going to be utilized by the screen before this one?
No, I'm sorry. Let me go back to this. So these are NPP programs. So these are residents. These are, we're improving their homes. We're rehabbing
That's
their
only
homes.
residential.
That's correct. And for businesses, the reason I mentioned the small business program that the council recently approved is that has less strings attached to it than the CDBG COVID program that the federal government has. It may be easier for the businesses to qualify for that.
So with that information, so based upon those funds that are very strict or stringent in the actual application process, the one that is less stringent and have more lenient guidelines, are there still funds available within that program?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure for our small businesses that are here in our city, and I think a lot of them still don't have the understanding that there's still funds available to help them, that we continue to make sure we have that program in place. If that's the case, and I'm okay with doing the recommendation you guys have before us this afternoon, because I know many of our residents are in need of some rehab as well. So it's covering both issues that are needed in our community. Complete.
I want to add to what Councilman Hicks said. But our businesses need help today. I've gotten a number of calls about them reallocating funds, and it's a number of hoops they have to jump through on this particular one. And they're if they got waived for something, some of our major businesses are on the brink of being closed. Some of our staples here. We got to do something. So I'm of the mindset, this is kind of small. I'm going to have to start wearing glasses to this thing. I'm of the mindset that we might need to allocate some more money to our small businesses. We need to remove so many barriers that they have. I don't know. I know some of that ORPA fund or the government money. I think everybody can prove that they lost money during COVID, right? All of these businesses. So we need to figure out how we can adjust it. I would like to, you said it's $233,765. I would like to see if we can increase that some way and to figure out how we can help our businesses. There's a business, I just heard Councilman, but I got a text this week that is a major. It's a small business, but it will hit hard if this business closes up. It hurt my heart when I got the text like, "Hey, can you I got a text." I mean, literally,
You got the same text I got.
yeah, literally almost cried. This is a staple that my kids go to every weekend after a hard day. We got to help our businesses. So we got to do whatever we can, to help our businesses and streamline the process. These people need money. What is that? J.G. Wentworth, I need my money and I need it right. Listen, these people need money. I would like to see if they're with staff's recommendation to increase this, at least double it, to make it 500,000. So what Cedric just said, our businesses are hurting in Carson. And what good is all this new development if all these businesses are closed down and we don't have anybody operating in them because they can't pay their bills? So I would like to figure out where we can get it from without hindering other stuff, but that needs to be doubled to at least 500,000. And then we need to streamline our process with this business, the small business grant that we have, because a lot of people are saying that they cannot get it based on what happened last time. They might have got a little money from the city. If they got an EIDL loan, they disqualify. We need to move all those barriers out of the way, because otherwise we're going to be bringing all these new developments to our city, and people are going to be out of our city. Our city is going to be closing. So I would like to see something for our businesses.
Mr. City Manager.
If I may, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. To answer kind of Mayor Pro Tem's question and the council members, in this particular item that SAI is dealing with is actually federally restricted funds. So he only has a certain amount that's allocated that he can even utilize. And so for the business aspect, for small businesses that we're looking for to assist, that's part of that small business program grant that the city council has already provided and that we've been moving forward and towards. And so I think what we want to look, and what I'm hearing is that council would like to see more funds added into that particular program, so that way grants can be provided to businesses that are struggling. And so I do hear what council is saying, even though it wouldn't necessarily apply to this particular aspect with CDBG because it's a restricted federal fund. But what you all want to do, we can definitely do that. And so we can bring that item back to you all at the pleasure of Madam Mayor and council to increase that amount for you for the small businesses.
When can you bring that? When do you think it'll be available?
We could definitely bring it by the first January 3rd.
The first meeting in January?
First meeting in January, if that's suitable for you, Mayor and council.
We wanted a ASAP.
Yes, ma'am. We definitely can bring that back.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring back a recommendation at our first meeting in January. Then when we go to the Neighborhood Pride Program, and could you go back to that? The Neighborhood Pride Program is a heartburn for me, and I think we've been discussing it because, and I've said this 100 times, people that are not computer literate are the ones that are not getting the funds, and this some are our seniors, and I'm hoping that you guys have come up with a system whereas that it's equal across the board, because we have some seniors that houses are falling apart and then they call and they say you're on a waiting list or it closed. I think the last time you opened it closed in 15 minutes after it opened. Well, the seniors don't have computers, so they're kind of left out. So make sure that we have something in place that will address all of them. If it's a lottery, I don't know, but we need to reach out to our seniors and make sure that they're in the game, part of it.
Yeah, that's correct. We hear you loud and clear. I think the next time that we open up the interest list is going to be open for a period of time, like a couple of weeks maybe, and give plenty of time for people to apply. Now, when we do that, we're going to get a lot of applicants. And when we get a lot of applicants, we have to figure out a way who's going to get funded and who's not going to get funded. And usually programs that are very popular the lottery system is probably the fairest way to go. So that's what we'll kind of work on the details on that and bring back for council's consideration before we open up the interest list again.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Are you ready to close the public hearing yet?
We're going to open and close it real quick.
I'll make a motion because
The public hearing is
getting
open.
late.
There is no one here from the public to speak. No staff closing comments. We're going to close the public hearing. Now we'll go to council deliberation.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move we approve the submission of substantial amendments to the 2022, 2023, and the 2019, 2020 annual action plans to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorize the following reallocation of Community Development Block Grant CBD funds with, for me? Making a joke? We're trying to get out of here before 11 o'clock.
We're going to make a
Okay.
motion that we,
All right. Okay, so within the 2022-2023 annual action plan, $863,174.38 accumulated unexpended prior year's funds to the Neighborhood Pride Program. Authorize the following reallocation of Community Development Block Grant coronavirus funds within the 2019-2020 annual action plan. $60,000 to the existing program of homelessness prevention services and $173,765.69 to the new COVID-related residential rehabilitation program for the mobile homes. Waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-245, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, reallocating accumulated unexpended prior year's community development block grant funds to the Neighborhood Pride Program, and waive further reading and adopt resolution number 22-246, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, reallocating community development block grant coronavirus funds and local business assistance to homelessness prevention services and COVID-related residential rehabilitation.
it's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 31 is another public hearing to consider approval and confirmation of abatement costs report for recovery of costs related to the public nuisance abatement conducted at 424 East 238th Street. Staff, Madam City Clerk, was it properly, the notice properly posted?
Not a public, understand this is a hearing that is specific to the rights of the owner. Not actually a public hearing.
Okay. Hearing. Staff report. Who's staff?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Assistant City Manager, Robert Lennox, will go ahead and give a brief update and staff report on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this item is for a hearing on behalf of the property owner to share any concerns they may have regarding the abatement warrant notice that was provided to them. The action item is for Council to essentially receive and ask any questions regarding the abatement notice. Depending on Council's direction, typically the next step would be to follow up with the property owner for recovery of those costs. Otherwise, it would be issued as a lien on the property.
That concludes it. Were there any comments on this item, Madam City Clerk? Staff, are there any questions? Not staff. Council, any questions? Ain't a motion.
Second. Heard Cedric say.
Cedric.
Move staff recommendation and
second.
Moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Item number 5 is to consider,
Madam Mayor, is item 35?
not 35, 34. 35 is going to be continued because we do not have the results in until our adjourned meeting. Is that correct?
Item 34 or item 35? I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm on item 34.
Item 34, you want to,
This is to consider the uncontested appointments to the city's commissions and city boards by the mayor. Does everyone have their recommendations for uncontested appointments to these commissions?
Madam Mayor, I don't have mine tonight. I would ask, for the interest of time, it's being late, I'd ask that we reconsider bringing this back at another time to do that.
I can
the
read
holiday.
mine. It's the holiday?
Yep.
I can read mine right quick.
Okay.
Okay. Mine are staying the same with my uncontested. Will be Planning Commission. Economic Development is Aldrich. Environmental is Hobson. Human Relations, Brown, the same that I have. Uncontested. And on planning, it'll be Fred Doxel on the planning. On the public relations, Freddie Gomez, the same. Public safety, Heidi Romero. Public Works, Jack Fernandez. Your Citizen Advisory, Rosemary Besserell. And Veterans Affairs, Art Batukal. Women's Issues, Lee Field Robinson. That's it for the commission's uncontested for me.
Since you said economic development, I want to just make sure Katie Pandolfo is my uncontested.
Contested. MPT wants Katie Pandolfo. Councilman Hicks, do you have anyone?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
For Economic Development Commission, Christopher Childers. For my Environmental Commission, Huey Taylor. For my Mobile Human Relations Commission is Cassandra Reed. For my Parks and Recreation and Cultural Art Commission is Alex Ganglet. For my Planning Commission is Diane Thomas. For my Public Relations Commission is Jackie Stewart. For my Public Safety Commission is Donnie Dorsey. For my Public Works Commission is James Murphy. For my Senior Center Advisory Commission, it is Julie Raber. For my Veterans Affairs Commission is Brian Raber. For my Women's Issues Commission is Precious Robinson. Youth Commission is Felicia Jordan. And the Measure C and Measure K.
Committees and commissions.
Oh, excuse me, commissions, not committees?
Yes, we're just looking at youth commissions and boards, not your oversights. Which
Okay.
one?
Mine is Vera Dorsey, but
That's not, which one is that, Measure C?
that's Measure C.
No, that's a committee.
That's committee.
Not doing
Okay,
that
then I'm
tonight.
complete. Those are mine that I.
Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. My uncontested for the EDC is Trini Jimenez. Contested for environmental is
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't hear the first one.
Trini
the first
Jimenez.
one. Economic Development Commission. Sorry, I said EDC. Trini Jimenez. Environmental Commission is Roy Love. Human Relations, Jill Calhoun. Parks and Rec, Edwina Hunter. Planning Commission, Richard Hernandez. Public Relations, Paz Velasquez. Public Safety, Louis Kogut. Public Works, Kevin Bagdelay. Senior Citizens, Dan Cole. Veterans Affairs is Carl Wilbert. Women's Issues, Greta Price. Youth Commission, Irene Rosales.
That's it.
And those are all my
Uncontested.
Thank you.
Councilman Deere, do you have any tonight?
I'll do it at the next council meeting. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. That concludes that item. Item is Memorial, is it Memorial? 35, we're going to continue to the adjourned meeting when we get to that.
Staff recommendation on that.
Okay, the next item, not on uncontested, no, we don't. Memorial adjournments.
Madam Mayor, these are the names that I received from your staff this morning. Carlos Bonilla Jr., Capeta Ireco Les Foisia, Bridget Ogo Egbigo, Walter Raymond Winbush, and Anthony January.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may also add, one of our very own employees, Mr. Ken McKay, his mother passed on Friday evening.
Anyone else has anyone to add?
Madam Mayor, yes, I have one to add. Liddy Marie Burgett.
Is that it? Councilman?
Yeah, you know, I don't have the gentleman's name. It's the son of Dr. Jenny Batamalake. I'll get that to the city clerk's office this week. Okay.
We have all communications from the public for any items, any matters not listed on the agenda.
No, Madam Mayor.
Council members request to add future agenda items.
Madam Mayor, I want to maybe the city to do figure out how we can partner with like an after-school program or a tutoring program. Most of our children who have suffered through the pandemic are behind with reading, with math, and I want to know how the city, I know that we're giving away like trophies and all of that, but I want to know how the city can help tutor children after school or something like that to make it something for people to come and get after school tutoring because the schools, our children are reading at a different level because of the pandemic. They've lost so much of their reading skills and comprehension skills. So I want to see how the city can partner and be the vehicle for the city. So summarize that up in some way, Mr. City Manager, at the pleasure of the mayor. But we definitely need to address that, as the mayor always calls it, the missing middle. And we want to make sure our children aren't suffering because they couldn't go to school during the pandemic.
Thank you, MPT. To the staff, through the city manager, Michael Whitaker, we used to partner with retired school teachers that came out and taught reading. It was called the After School Read Program. And the retired teachers came and they were at each of our parks and they taught reading and math to our students. And also we are in partnership with Cal State University Dominguez Hills, and they have an entire university full of students that can come out and volunteer and get credit for coming out tutoring and reading to our children. So when you incorporate MPT's suggestion, remember what we had. It was called the After School Read Program. And the Cal State University Dominguez Hills, I'm sure David Gamboa and the staff up there could provide you with a list of students that will come out and assist us with this, because you're absolutely right. Thank you, MPT. Any other requests?
I have a couple of requests, but before that, there is a company, Kuman, there's two of them in Carson that are really useful for tutoring. And as an educator myself, I know that a lot of kids were left behind during the pandemic. They just didn't do well with, internet learning. It just didn't work for some. There are different types of learning abilities, and some of them just were not able to get the benefit of the education system of the school district. So I concur with Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem Hilton. We need to do something to reach these kids because some of them lost an entire year of academic performance. It's really something needs to be addressed. But I also have the two that I've been asking for, which is to alter the agenda ordinance with an ordinance. And secondly, I'd like to see the mobile home park ordinance on our agenda. I know people keep saying wait for the master plan, but we want to do it within our lifetime. Thank you.
Through the city manager, Saeed, when is the general plan and all that coming before the city council? I know you've been working on this project, but there is a timeline we've been asking you to push it forward.
Yes, I'm hoping to bring the general plan before the Planning Commission in January, and I don't know how many meetings the Planning Commission is going to have on the general plan. So assuming a couple, I hope to bring it back to council in March.
Thank you, and at that time, we'll have the mobile home park zoning, if it comes to us, all inclusive.
Yes, we could bring both of them together.
Thank you. Any oral communications from my colleagues?
Mayor, I would just like to wish Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and Happy New Year, because we're not going to meet until January, to all the people of Carson. And we as a city council, in the spirit of the holidays, I hope everyone has a joyous and happy holiday season, and look forward to January being a new year with new good things happening in Carson. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I know you and I were talking about the holiday date time off for our employees. I'm looking at the Thursday for time off, but I want to discuss it. We can I can make it official at the adjourned meeting. Okay, but I do want to talk to you about that and see what the pros and cons of those are. Comments, colleagues?
Since this, we are adjourning to another meeting, but happy holidays. I'm having a sneaker ball on Saturday. The community's invited. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
You wearing Chucks?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy holidays to everybody. We have a swearing-in ceremony next week on the 13th, 6 p.m. right here, same place.
Better mics.
Yes, we will have a better mic system. Also, before that, Saturday the 10th, Carson High School, the 6th annual Christmas in Carson, hosted by the Carson High School Alumni Association, which I am part of. So it is free admission to ages 5 to 10. So Carson High School, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. That's it. Thank you.
Councilman.
Madam Mayor, I just want to say to everyone at home, to the staff, and to everyone, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and stay safe till 2023.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all the volunteers that came out for my 14th annual turkey giveaway. We gave out over 800 turkeys and our gift cards to our residents. It was a great event. Gobble, gobble. On the 15th, I'm having a toy giveaway. We will be giving away 500 toys right here at the community center in the Atrium area. Santa will be here for ages 3 to 10. And I'm inviting all our Carson residents to come out. We will be giving away toys, compliments of your mayor, the Carson Citizens Cultural Arts Foundation, and our other sponsors. So that will be going out. Also, to the staff, the memorandum of understanding for SR 47, is that coming before us, or where are we on that?
Answering that question, don't forget Winter in Wonderland, 12 to 4. Kids, they're going to have snow and all that good stuff for you on Saturday.
Thank you for that reminder. That Veterans Park. While they're discussing the memorandum of understanding, I want to wish Carson a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Anything, or you want to bring it back, or you want to talk to me, or whatever? Okay, so at this point in time, I'd like to adjourn this meeting. December 13th at 9 a.m. It'll be a Zoom meeting. And then we can approve some of those items that we missed. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second to approve the motion? Second. All in favor? It'll be 9 o'clock Zoom. Adjourned meeting. This meeting will be adjourned.
Aye.
On the 13th. All in favor? Good. 9 a.m. Zoom. Madam City Clerk?
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned till the 13th.